Chessboard over the headboard. Learn how my enemies move and get prepared for it. Ops plotting on everything that I bled for. Just remember to guard your head before you head for it. Put away swords as advantages in a pen. I know a few cuts in the bandage come with a win, but I feel like it's too much damage to fake amends. Restoring balance after revenge. Trips on the high road are now over and you know the reason. 'Tis the season for sowing and reaping. Point still for how you hope we even. Thinking about that wildlife until they realize it's open season. Lacking on endless ain't no coming to. Never seem to back up what they say once in front of you. Never been too humble of a dude to humble dudes. You messing with the one who's always been the number two. It get quiet on the set when it's time for action. Words don't match verbs, they need closed captions. It's kinda funny now that no one's laughing. They need my reaction to attract attraction. But I don't do favors, brought light to truth like room raiders. Niggas won't beef, I'll soon cater. Keep a magazine, don't assume fader. Plans to move on can resume later. I check haters with chess moves. Only execution, no excuse. There's things that you need to confess to. Don't let your pride be your reason for check use. When you son niggas, they feel the need to throw shade. I'd rather hear lies and see it quoted on your grave. Niggas jealous. Meanwhile, tour buses taking road trips on the same road that you claiming to have paved. And where a pit stop should be obvious. But if not, just know it involves deposit slips. Going live, preaching love, but show the opposite. Can't apologize, too busy being an apologist. You know, views from the top take more than clicks. It ain't over yet, there's a score to fix. Got a lot on my chest, it take more than Vic. Should've paid me my respect way before the split. Foot on the necks and I don't plan on going gentile. Ziggin talking crazy like them mental. Guess that's what happens when you let too much of the fame get to your tempel. Life's about principle, I'm just spitting like I'm Pimpel. The nerve you getting is in what you do for titles. Backstabbing the people that help with your survival. Get ahead and start making the realest your rivals. Fall off and need a number to dial for revival. Need a medic to check all his vitals. Plain to see my arrival was vital. They're playing the part in which you're downward spiral. But you haven't spoken reasons why you really viral. It's cold when you lie without a blanket. Keep you up at night thinking how your name is tainted. Perfect time to quarantine, ain't it? Hope you and your senses get more acquainted. Views from the top take more than clicks. Score to fix. More than Vicks. Before the split. This down to the end exclusive. Chessboard over the headboard. Learn how my enemies move and get prepared for it. Ops plotting on everything that I bled for. Just remember to guard your head before you head for it. Put away swords as advantages in a pen. I know a few cuts in the bandage come with a win, but I feel like it's too much damage to fake amends. Restoring balance after revenge. Trips on the high road are now over and you know the reason. 'Tis the season for sowing and reaping. Point still for how you hope we even. Thinking about that wildlife until they realize it's open season. Lacking on endless ain't no coming to. Never seem to back up what they say once in front of you. Never been too humble of a dude to humble dudes. You messing with the one who's always been the number two. It get quiet on the set when it's time for action. Words don't match verbs, they need closed captions. It's kinda funny now that no one's laughing. They need my reaction to attract attraction. But I don't do favors, brought light to truth like room raiders. Niggas won't beef, I'll soon cater. Keep a magazine, don't assume fader. Plans to move on can resume later. I check haters with chess moves. Only execution, no excuse. There's things that you need to confess to. Don't let your pride be your reason for check use. When you son niggas, they feel the need to throw shade. I'd rather hear lies and see it quoted on your grave.
This episode of the Cab Grand Rising Show is brought to you by Autochthonous Assembly, where the real work gets done. For the first-time visitors who may be wondering who Autochthonous Assembly is, Autochthonous Assembly, or A2 for short, is a gathering of minds that do the work. A2 is a non-profit organization dedicated to raising up indigenous Americans' voices by using genealogy, also known as family history or family tree. Genealogy is the study of families and the tracing of their lineages in history. Genealogists use oral interviews, historical records, genetic analysis, and other records to obtain information about a family and to demonstrate kinship and pedigrees of its members. Autochthonous Assembly's core values are the foundation of its company, essential to its success, and serves as the lens through which it evaluates every business decision. The core values are integrity, know and do what is right, respect, treating others the way you want to be treated, responsibility, embrace opportunities to contribute, servant leadership, serve the common good. Along with a key emphasis on genealogy, A2 is also committed to providing our communities with information and access to available grants and funding through the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the United States Department of Agriculture, the Farm Service Agency, and other departments and agencies that offer programs to help them become self-sufficient. Building on a strong community reputation, Autochthonous Assembly continues to strengthen the growth of the relationship and development of our communities. Peace and Grand Rising.
Warning, warning, warning. Hard hats, pickaxe, shovels, boots required.
It's a lie. Grand Rising, peace, peace, peace. How's everyone in this rising? Hope all is well.
Grand Rising, everybody. Greetings. Hopefully you're having a pleasant day thus far.
We got another interesting topic for this rising, the Indian termination policy. And it basically ties into everything that we've been going through so far. I know, Copper India, you had to get off because you had to do some work, and we came back a little later and went live. But what was your thoughts on the Title 25 compared to what you'll hear people spreading rumors about, compared to what it really is?
Well, I've mentioned before in various places that a lot of our problem is that we have people among us, a lot of people among us, that read and actually go and try to research things and learn, but they only half read what's going on. They only half read the subject that they have before them long enough to reaffirm their idea of how things are, and they stop reading. In other words, they don't read for context. And I think that's part of what we've been seeing, is that people started reading and collecting facts, but they don't read enough into what's going on to give the facts they pull up meaning and context. And so when you actually pull up the way the law is written on how the government sees and deals with this population, with the American Indian, at some point you have to ask, if we're going to call ourselves this, if we know that we are this, we need to be, when we talk about standing, we talk about how the government deals with us as individuals, but also as a community, as a demographic of people. And this is showing you exactly how the government deals with us, what their rules of engagement are with us. And doesn't involve you filling out paperwork and whatever paperwork that is, because nobody ever gives you a form number or form name to fill out to correct your status. Yes, our people have been misclassified, but it's easier than ever to resume that proper classification. You don't need a membership with an entity to be an Indian.
I got a question real quick.
Yes, sir.
Since you mentioned status correction of the American Indian, wouldn't the only paperwork that would do anything close to that would have to deal with genealogy and your tribe?
That is correct, because if you have done your due diligence in genealogy and you have ancestry back far enough, Grand Rising, Miss Gabby.
Grand Rising, Gabrielle.
If you have done your due diligence in genealogy and have placed your people, your ancestors, within a tribe that was here before the United States was a government here, before the colonies were here, then you have a claim to being a part of that tribe. You don't, and again, before these governments were set up, there was no membership you needed to be a part of a tribe. You were that by genealogy. And once you've revealed that to be the case, you are that again by genealogy. And so people conflate the idea of, well, you can't be an Indian unless you have a membership with a recognized tribe. Because we have a ton of tribes that are recognized both at the federal and state levels. But we also have tribes that aren't recognized. Are these people not Indians? No. But the place to prove who you are is through genealogy. And so let's say if you go far back enough and there's land ownership with part of the tribe, or that you could trace one of your ancestors' ownership of land that was taken from them under, let's say, some shady means. You can correct that. You can actually go through the court system, through the legal system, and lay that claim to say, hey, this was a wrongful seizure of this individual's land. And if you got the paperwork we're talking about here is the genealogical records, census data, probate records proving ownership, wills, bastardy bonds showing kinship to people, things like that. That's how you prove who you are. The government already has a set of laws, and we've gone through that, to show how they deal with you as an ethnic group, how they deal with you as a demographic. And notice this language, correct me if I'm wrong, Bones, was regardless of tribal affiliation, was regardless of what tribe you were in or what tribe you were principally linked with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you, as the Indian, regardless of whether you're Occaneechi, Tuscarora, Cherokee, Catawba, doesn't matter. Does not matter. Comanche, doesn't matter. No matter what part of the country your tribe was in, no matter what group your tribe was at odds with, it doesn't matter. This is how the government deals with you as an Indian.
Facts. I mean, to go a little further, the BIA was created to be a federal branch of the federal government that deals with Indian tribes, correct?
Specifically, yes.
I mean, that's what the BIA was created for. And that's all it does. You don't submit genealogy to the BIA. No, you submit genealogy to tribes.
Right. Because that's where it matters. That's where the membership and their recognition of you as part of the tribe comes into play. That's you connecting with people that you are related to. That's family members coming home. So don't make a mistake in thinking that, there is some level of status that needs to be coveted or needs to be sought by affiliating with a tribe. If you tie your genealogy back to a tribe and you approach them for membership, it's not for personal gain. It's not for you to get something out of it. The purpose of that is to undo the wrongs of our states and federal government in separating us. To undo the wrongs of the colonial government waging war against our people. That's to bring the family back together. And in some cases, you got bad blood. Let's call it what it is. You got bad blood. In some cases, you have parts of tribes that were separated and cut off where they were told not to come back. We don't recognize you. And in a lot of cases, that can be overturned because people today are not people from that period.
Facts.
Some of those, right? Some of those skirmishes, some of those wars between tribes and intra-tribe warfare, it's over. Some bands of tribes that were separated are not worried about being separated anymore. That's not always the case, but that doesn't mean that can't be overcome. Because if you got the genealogical record to prove it, you don't have to like me, but you got to recognize that we cousins.
That part. And I remember it was a while back when our brother TMH, he said something that always stuck to me. And it made me look at this situation ever since that moment completely different. Is that We have to stop going to the tribes with our hands out expecting something, when we should take the approach but willing to help. Because like you said again, it's really about bringing the family back together. And yes, you have some tribes that'll make it difficult. But then again, if you have your historical records, that's going to trump anything that someone's trying to create or keep you away from. And again, it's not about getting tribal membership, not the genealogy part. It's about knowing who you are and where you come from.
Exactly.
And if you choose to want to tie into the tribe, that's your right. Because again, that's your family. And can't no one tell you not to be a part of your family. If you choose not to be a part, that's your right as well. If you choose just to practice your culture, pick up your tribal ways, that's your choice. But again, remember, it's your choice. We have a choice to link up with a lot of our brothers and sisters and cousins that over time, for generations, we've been separated from, cut off from. In true indeed, other forces were at play, but like how Copper Indio just said, that was then, and we're living in the now. So what can we do now to move forward to fix the injustices? And if we're not speaking to the other side of our family, then how good is our chances of really fixing these situations? Grand Rising, Gabrielle. I don't know if you was trying to say anything or speak.
I'm listening. I didn't realize it was live, so I'm definitely listening. I just hearing Copper and hearing you talk, it's the same as, to me, it equates to the same as when you have children. You want your children to be smarter than you, stronger than you, better than you. You want them to be so much in everything better than you. And with understanding that, as Copper said and you said, we now are not the same as then. So what are we trying to do better?
Mm-hmm. And plus it leads us into our subject this rising, which is the Indian termination policy. Give me 1 second. I'm getting the link and finna post it in the chat real quick.
All right. Yeah, we can get into this and we can tie this to what we were just talking about.
All right, got it posted in the chat and bringing it up on the screen right now. Grand Rising, no sellout. That 330 don't feel too good no more, huh?
No.
You said 3:30?
Yeah, I was finishing a project 3:30 in the AM. A group of people still having a conversation.
Oh, I'm about to say, I thought it was like 4:30. I kept waking up, falling asleep, waking up, falling asleep. Like, man, I'm trying to hold my eyes open.
No, it was 3:30 when I got finished with my last session. I'm like, oh, we all hanging, huh?
Every time my arm tried to move to click the mute button and talk, my arm just fell. Like, nah.
I laid down, I want to say about 4:15. by what? I'm gonna say 4:55 got back up. I was like, I know they not up. I know none of them up. And I have it on screen.
All right, I can go ahead and start reading if you like.
All right. Floor is yours.
The Indian Termination Policy. Indian termination was the policy of the United States from the mid-1940s to the mid-1960s. It was shaped by a series of laws and policies with the intent of assimilating Native Americans into mainstream American society. Assimilation was not new. The belief that indigenous people should abandon their traditional lives and become what the government considered civilized had been the basis of policy for centuries. But what was new was the sense of urgency that with or without consent, tribes must be terminated and begin to live as, quote, as Americans. To that end, Congress set about ending the special relationship between tribes and the federal government. The intention was to grant Native Americans all the rights and privileges of citizenship, reduce their dependence on the bureaucracy whose mismanagement had been documented, and eliminate the expense of providing services for Native people. In practical terms, the policy ended the U.S. government's recognition of sovereignty of tribes, trusteeship over Indian reservations, and exclusion of state law applicability to Native persons. From the government's perspective, Native Americans were to become tax-paying citizens subject to state and federal taxes as well as laws from which they had previously been exempt. From the Native standpoint, Northern Cheyenne former U.S. Senator from Chicago, Ben Nighthorse Campbell, said of assimilation and termination in a speech delivered in Montana, quote, "If you can't change them, absorb them until they disappear into the mainstream culture. In Washington's infinite wisdom, it was decided that tribes should no longer be tribes, never mind that they had been tribes for thousands of years." Quote Ben Nighthorse Campbell in his opening keynote address. The policy for termination of tribes collided with the Native American people's own desire to preserve Native identity, reflected in an activism that increased after World War II and survived through the anti-collectivism era of Joseph McCarthy. The termination policy was changed in the 1960s, and rising activism resulted in the ensuing decades of restoration from tribal governments and increased Native American self-determination.
And if I remember correctly, 1960 is when they started reforming a lot of these tribes that you know today.
Right. And that's a very interesting term at the end here. Native American self-determination.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to keep going? Or?
Didn't we read yesterday that Native American self-determination was under Title 25?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's why I was saying this was going to tie right into what we were talking about.
And then it also lets you know that before this, the majority of your American Indians weren't U.S. citizens. But the Indian termination policy, moving forward, they're all citizens.
Right.
Regardless.
And so you can see in things like the Snyder Act, where you had the setup for what you later see with this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that I think gets missed in a lot of this talk about status, because on one hand, we've been referring to ourselves as, pick the term, Indian, Native, Aborigine, Indigenous, whatever you want to call the people that were here before the government was here. But on another hand, we forget things like this and like the Snyder Act. And that's what I mean by reading to the point where you get your worldview affirmated. Just because you get affirmation of what you thought things were going on doesn't mean that that's it, that you have to stop reading, because there's context later on. And as Brother James would say, the devil is in the details. You don't want to miss the details because you'll miss what's actually going on. So when you miss the Indian termination policy, when you miss the Snyder Act, you miss things that give your status as an Indian, as an American Indian. Now I'm using the legal term. Whatever people choose to call themselves is one thing, but the legal term, the American Indian, is referred to in these documents about how the government views you. So I wasn't sure if you wanted me to keep going or if you wanted to talk about this. Okay.
Yeah, we keep going.
All right, to the process. Termination began with a series of laws directed at dismantling tribal sovereignty. From June 1940 until September 1950, 6 laws were passed that gave states criminal or limited criminal jurisdiction over tribes and reservations within those states. In 1940, I'm sorry?
That's recent. That's real recent.
That's not that
all
long
this
ago.
went down. That's why we
Right.
said before, if you really want to understand what happened to us, you don't have to go to the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s. You can
Right.
start in the 1900s and see what happened to us.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's my mama and my daddy. That's
Right.
recent.
Right. Yeah. My
Wow.
mother was a little girl when this was ending.
Remember, a lot of
Wow.
our grandparents identified as Indian still.
Right. My bad. Didn't mean to interrupt. Good.
No, it's
They didn't become black. They didn't become black until 1950, 1960.
Right.
yeah. So think about the timing here. Like I was saying, look at the timeline. What's the timeline telling you? You had this going from 1940 to 1950. Well, my mom hadn't been quite born yet at that point. But you got this decade here. And think about how, and I mentioned this on a call we were on. I don't think that call was live, but I mentioned this a few days ago about how our sense of time has been broken down into decades. That's what, when you talk about progressivism, that's what progressivism is. Progressing people into a certain situation decade by decade by decade. So people's sense of time is within decades. And so you have here a decade where these laws were passed to change the very nature of how the government viewed these people and how these people viewed themselves.
Right.
And right after this is when you start having the build up to the civil rights movement.
Right.
Interesting how the timeline works with this.
Right.
This happens, and then what? Not even 10 years later, you have this movement building up.
And if you think about it, if you study that movement, King didn't get considered a Negro speaker until he got a whole lot of fame and recognition behind him. But go back to study who he was talking to. What American Indian chiefs was in his circle.
Mm-hmm.
It will shock you.
Yep. And if I remember correctly, a certain Native American speaker that did an interview with Brother Farrakhan was around when King was speaking.
Yes.
That was involved with this.
Yes.
That told you if you were a Muslim and you were in a mosque and you were in America, you put your hand on the shoulder of the brother next to you, you probably putting your hand on the shoulder of a Native American. He said that verbatim.
Correct.
Mm.
I remember that.
Remember, when we say Native American, that's the legal term that we're identified as. It used to be American Indian, then they switched it to Native American. So in the eyes of the law, all Indians are referred to legally as Native Americans.
Right. So just because you go to a reservation or see a picture of some people at a powwow on the reservation, they don't necessarily look like you, doesn't mean that that's not you, because they've all confirmed that their genealogy goes back to the same place. And if your genealogy goes back to the same place theirs does, y'all kin. Again, you don't necessarily have to like them. You don't necessarily have to even respect that respect them or necessarily look like them. I'm not telling you that you got to do that, but if your kinfolk go back and they're the same people, these names and these places match, these individuals match, y'all are kin. So if they're Native Americans, then what are you?
X.
So I'm gonna go forward here for a second. In 1949, the Hoover Commission report recommended integration of Native peoples into mainstream society, and the 1952 House report, House Resolution number 2503, investigating the Bureau of Indian Affairs, both portrayed termination as cost-effective and benign in its effects. So think about what they just said here. Whenever, for anybody that's ever worked in a corporation, like I mean like in office building corporate setting, when they make decisions, these decisions aren't necessarily in the people's interest, but they usually cite those decisions as being what? Cost effective and benign in their effects.
All the time.
So at some point they realized, because like they said earlier in the article, that it's well documented that the Bureau of Indian Affairs has done some sketchy, questionable things. And they said, well, look, we can get rid of this problem and we can save some money if we just make everybody citizens. So what does that say about how they see you in the eyes of the law? Now, they're still referring to you as Native American unless you tell them you something else, and they'll call you whatever you want to be called. But how do they see you in the eyes of the law compared to how they see people from other places? People that come here from Europe or Africa or Asia or whatever have you, that come here and become citizens. What's the difference in how they see you? So while we think about that, I'm going to go a little bit further. The House Concurrent Resolution 108 of 1953 announced the federal policy of termination and called for the immediate ending of federal relationship with a selected group of tribes. The resolution established that Congress would pass termination acts on a tribe-by-tribe basis. Most such acts... come on.
So, if I'm to understand, and I apologize for interrupting.
No worries.
Okay, so I'm to understand just off of this, just off the second paragraph, these two sentences, that okay, we make up Congress, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Congress, it says the resolution established that Congress would pass termination acts on a tribe-by-tribe basis. So it basically, and we make up Congress, we were making decisions on what tribes would be terminated and what tribes wouldn't be. We were doing this ourselves in conjunction with other people.
Our elected officials, the people that represented us,
right,
were doing this. And if we didn't stop them, if we didn't try to intercept them directly,
right,
and talk them out of doing this, we were allowing it to happen.
Right.
Especially if we allowed them to stay in office. And remember, a lot of people that were sitting in Congress at this point were there for decades. So they were allowed to stay. They did a lot of this, and they were allowed to stick around and continue passing laws related to this.
Yeah.
So yes. Yeah,
okay.
we allowed that to happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Most such acts included the cessation of federal recognition and all the federal aid that came along with that designation. Okay, so this is a very important sentence right here.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
Come on. Mm-hmm.
It says the secession. Okay, I can't say that word right. A federal recognition and all the federal aid that came along with that designation.
Like on a reservation into a ghetto.
Right.
Because at that point, if you got an area that's underdeveloped, because it's a reservation, the people live off the land, the people live as they had been living, that would have been seen. Let's say if you got that area and it's, I don't know, a mile away from a major metropolitan area, that area would be seen as underdeveloped, right?
Right.
And so people could come in, tear down buildings, build up what they perceive to be stronger, better buildings. And I mean, this sounds an awful lot like the colonial period, doesn't it? They come in, build larger structures, and keep a whole bunch of people stuck in that community. Because if that was no longer a reservation, if you were no longer seen as a recognized tribe, they could do that, and they could call it a housing community.
And
Now,
think about
housing
this:
project.
how many incorporated lands were lands that colonies and stuff set up? So if that's incorporated lands, what's unincorporated areas? Wouldn't that be areas at the time that wasn't part of the system?
Yep.
Right.
Mainly still belonging to Indians.
Right.
My next question.
Mm-hmm.
This is after Indian removal, moving tribes off of the land that they're used to harvesting on. They're used to utilizing the lands for their needs, right?
Right.
To even add further, Ms.
Okay.
Gabrielle, this is after they done did individual allotments as well. So now you have Indians who done set up. You have Indians who done set up full communities. You know, like neighborhoods that a lot of us live in now. So what happened to them? What happened to the Indians that wasn't on tribes when the termination happened?
Right.
Recognized Indians who were living in their own communities outside of reservations that they set up. Now start relooking at a lot of these so-called ghettos, and how do you really think they got that way?
Right.
Because if all the people was living in these areas very successful in the 1910, 1920, 1930, then 1940 pops up and you see a drastic change in our communities.
And then you start seeing, now that land that was a reservation has become under or undeveloped land that's part of a city or county ordinance. Now you start seeing laws being written at the state and local level to come in, not only build structures in that area and house people, because these are also people that are, so with them not being in the system, these aren't going to be wealthy people necessarily in the sense of what everybody else considers wealth. Because if you got, let's say you got 8 acres of land and you got a huge farm that yields a whole lot of crops, you probably aren't making that much money in this situation. You probably aren't making that much money at the time necessarily, if you're keeping that all the money that's being exchanged and the crops that are being grown in that local area. Because what do a lot of folks in the major cities consider the people out down south to be? Poor.
When that wasn't the reality.
Exactly. The perception was that they were poor. There's a tenement, very famous high-rise tenement called Pruitt-Igoe. I want to say this was in the St. Louis area, I think it was. I saw a documentary on it one time, but
Yeah.
St.
Louis area, yeah.
Okay, now to give you an example of how some of this started to play out, Pruitt-Igoe, the city saw that there was this underdeveloped area. Okay, so we're gonna refer to the Indian reservation that gets turned into the projects or that area, that reserved area.
Housing projects, yep.
Housing projects. So one of the early housing projects they started was Pruitt-Igoe. They brought in the city brought in Japanese architects that came in that came over after World War II, and these were talented people who put together this massive engineering project of how you could house a ton of people in a small amount of area, in a small amount of land, and you could have them have a fantastic quality of life. I mean, if you were to see If you can find that documentary on Pruitt Igoe, I suggest you watch it.
Yeah, we got it on the page. It's on the
Okay.
Kevin Rising Show page. Yeah, we promoted it, I think about 2-3 months ago when you first mentioned it.
Okay, excellent. Now, if you go back and look at that, you'll see the drawings they had set up for swimming pools. They had open court areas where children could play and people could go out and relax. This was a fantastic place. And within 2 decades, it turned into what we call the projects.
Yep.
This turned into the hood. This turned into that place in less than 20 years.
I wonder how many so-called African-American neighborhoods actually reside in old Indian reservation territories.
Mm-hmm. Because I'm going to tell you what, when I looked at where my grandmother, my great-grandmother, and their mother, and their mother, and their mother came from, it was a small place called Lewiston, Woodville. Originally it was just called Lewiston, but it was added to the Woodville territory sometime later. But just south of there is what's called the Tuscarora Indian Woods Reservation. And it's near, I mentioned this late last week, there's a plantation called the Hope Plantation. And they said there were 200 slaves that so-called slaves that lived there and worked there. And the governor's house was there, just north of this reservation. There's nothing there now because most of the area hasn't been developed. The most developed part of that area is Windsor, where the seat of the county government is. But this area is, if you go there now, it's considered to be a largely African-American area, rural, but most of the people you meet there are that. And there are no records of mass amounts of slaves being brought there from Africa or anything like that. But it was an Indian reservation. And who's there now? So how did all of these people leave? And there were people that left. There were actually people that left, and they're in New York now. New York and Canada, and Toronto. The Tuscarora Nation. So there were people that left, but everybody didn't leave. And a lot of those people did what we're seeing now, and they assimilated into society. So those people that assimilated into society, and you got this area where you primarily have so-called African Americans now. I mean, I'm not going to go as far to tell you what that means, but I think you can figure that out for yourself.
I mean, if you think about it, civil rights was a part of our assimilation.
Mm-hmm. We cite integration as the main thing that comes out of the civil rights movement, but that was a piece of it. What was integration doing? Assimilating our people into the broader society.
Yes, under a new title.
Under a new title. So not even getting into the merits or lack thereof, depending on your point of view, of integration. You can see what's happening with this. You can see what we're trading for integration. And we didn't know that we were trading anything for integration. We thought that was a step forward. Again, progressivism. We thought we were progressing into a better society. And in some ways we have. But what did we give up in the process? And like I said, I'm not gonna say that integration wasn't worth it, or we shouldn't be integrated with people, and we should live with everyone else with equal treatment and equal rights. That was legitimate. So there is merit to integration, but there were also things that the government asked us to give up in the process.
Facts.
You know, we've got reliance on other people. And when I say other people, I'm referring specifically to large corporations. How many of us go to Walmart now where just, I don't know, 10 years ago, we were going to local stores, local shops, buying our furniture and our clothes. Now we go to Walmart, a big global corporation. We go to Target, and I'm not picking on these corporations. They're making plenty of money. You know, they sell products that people use and have a decent quality of life from. I'm just saying our reliance has gone from ourselves, our own communities, to other people and other entities. So next time somebody tells you, when you start talking to them about starting a nonprofit, and they tell you, well, all these nonprofits do horrible things. Well, one, because we let them. Two, because we don't start our own, so the people who understand how this works go and start them, and they use them in their favor. You could do the same thing. And if your aim is making your community better, that's what the nonprofit will do. It's only limited, like we said before, by your own imagination. But to the point, this is what we slowly, and if we didn't give it all up at once, we slowly began to become consumers the same way everybody else was in this country.
Ain't this around the same time they released How to Sell to a Negro?
Yes, it is. And if you have not seen that video, I highly suggest you watch that, because you can see that in
Isn't after this they started integrating us into their schools when Indians were going to separate schools?
That's a fact. And so we had to wear the same clothes. We had to buy the same things. We had to have the same things as everybody else. That's why they made enough of a point of this to make a video to show business owners how to sell to the Negro. You had this huge market, this large amount of people, and don't think for a second that our population is as small as they want you to think it is. Because they wouldn't make videos like that if we were a small market and full of poor people.
Facts.
Right? Talk about what's the reason.
No market to sell to poor
Right.
folks.
Exactly.
Heard Uncle Rico even say that. Don't go over there. They don't have no money down there.
Right. They want you to think that your people never had any money. They want you to think that they never had political influence. They want you to think that because slavery 400 years ago, because 1619, your people are just now getting to a point where they've got some equality with everybody else. That is nonsense, period. Because they wouldn't be making videos like that talking about how much money, and this is in the 50s now, how much money our people spend. How much are they willing to spend on quality products? Pay attention to the language in that video. They're telling business owners how formidable your people are in the 50s, long before the Civil Rights Act passed. I mean, what? Over 10 years before the Civil Rights Act passed.
Remember what he just said. 10 years before the Civil Rights Act.
Mm-hmm.
So
that kind of coincides with a lot of people saying that our ancestors and our elders, they had their own. They were doing their own thing.
Well, look at the 1920s and the Great Recession. It didn't hurt us during the Great Recession because we were self-sufficient. We were selling and trading amongst ourselves in our own community. How do you think you get a Tulsa, Oklahoma? Because they kept their money amongst themselves. And Tulsa, Oklahoma is just one, but we had thousands of communities like this. Thousands at this time.
Yep.
Because why else would you think during the recession, they needed us?
Mm-hmm.
During the Great Depression, they needed us. Because
This
who had the
sounds like
money?
Thanksgiving all over again.
Think about it. We wasn't spending our money in regular society back then. We had our own society.
Right.
And they realized, it's like, hold on, if we get them to integrate, then we can tax them, because why else would you be trying to tax people that didn't have no money? Think about it. They made our ancestors citizens for the money.
Yep. Bo, you hit the nail on the head with that. Because I'm gonna add another dimension to this here. Around the same time that the laws were being passed for the Civil Rights Act. So by the same time, there's the sausage making of the congressional process of writing and voting on the Civil Rights Act was going on. The pieces were being put together for women's liberation.
Yep.
To come into the community.
Minorities.
To come into the community, tell the women, now that civil rights has happened, because they knew it was going to happen, now women can go, like they did during the war, and go into the workplace. Except they don't need to be at war now. We can just have women perpetually in the workplace. And it's a great thing that women are in the workplace. There are great women who have careers. So don't mistake what I say in that women's liberation was targeting women going into the workplace to suggest that women shouldn't be working. Women are hard workers. I manage 2 teams that are majority women, and they work hard. They take care of their families. But they were led along the same way we were led along, with a justifiable goal, but big corporations and philanthropists, a really wealthy family whose last name starts with an R. Jay-Z uses as a brand of his own. Okay, got into place and got behind this movement to get women to side with them and to get them motivated to go into work, not because they thought that women can work hard and women can do what men can do and this and that, and all the progressive talking points of what women can do and how strong they are. They didn't care about that so much. They wanted to make sure, because they also own a branch of the Federal Reserve. They also wanted to make sure that they taxed the other half of the population.
Facts. Because look at what was going on before. Not having a large amount of women in the workforce, that means that's a large amount of citizens that are not taxable because they don't have an income.
Exactly.
And if you look back at the woman's argument again that they brought to our community, what was the argument? Oh, a man won't let a woman do this. A man is holding a woman down. A man won't let. But think about, when did the melanated man ever in history have any power to tell a melanated woman she couldn't work?
Ever.
And it goes back to what Copper said, is that they always use our energy, our images, to get this stuff moving. And we fall right in line and push it for them. It wasn't our fight. We would use someone else's fight. We were used to make men and women taxable items. That's it. Now you taxing 2 people in a household. Think about it. You getting double the income from one household now, because now you can tax the husband and the wife.
Yep.
Or any other working parties that's in the household.
And
think
this
about
is
it. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Copper.
Oh, no. Well, just real quick. I was going to add the financial point, because this hits people in the pocketbook right now. This is the starting point of where you started to see the wages. As women got into the workforce, you start to see the wages of both women and men begin to stagnate. Things were still good at this point, But wait till you get to 1973 with the decoupling of the dollar from the price of gold. Things begin to inflate, but people's incomes start to not inflate so much. Those raises and bonuses start to dry up around this time.
Yeah, they just needed enough to get you to buy in. And once you bought in, they can cut it off.
Right. So this is how important this is to where we are today. The things that we're all struggling with. I'm talking about everybody that's tuned in, solid majority of the people in the chat, everybody. This affects all of us right now. Whether we're out of work, whether we've been in the same position for years and can't get a raise, can't get a promotion, this is the beginning of this. Are you about to say something, bro?
Now, just adding in, if you really think about it and pay attention, 1940, a census came out. 1950, a census was done. 1960, a census was done. So think about it. They know how many heads are in the household. They know how many taxable people are in America. All they have to do is just move them from one side to the other side. And by knowing it and look at these policies and following these policies, you realize that's all they did. They created the policy, painted the picture, we bought it hook, line, and sinker.
That's right. But they had to turn you into a regular U.S. citizen in order to do that. They had to see you as something else, like everybody else, in order to do that, in order to get your consent. Because remember, everything that happens here is on consent. They had to get your consent to do this, to make all of this money off of you, to get you to go along with them selling you stuff, and in some cases, your own stuff back to you.
I mean, look at the factories. At this time, you went to factories, made goods that you turned right back around and bought. But you spent 40 hours a week making it.
That's right. And we're okay with that. Think about what's going on now. The United States mining steel, coal, metals and silver, metals that we use in industry, shipping them over somewhere else to have somebody else do the manufacturing and bringing it back here so we can buy those same products that we pulled out of the ground ourselves so we get a cheap rate on it.
Mm-hmm. But not realizing that same mechanism is the mechanism that holds us down. Us wanting the microwave lifestyle, us wanting the products right now at the lowest price. It's the same thing that's holding us down. It's us.
Yep. We're the ones standing in our own way. But this gets even better because when we look at the timeline, let's look at how some of these things match up. So I'm gonna go a little bit further in this paragraph here.
All right.
Between 1953 and 1964, okay, keep a pen in that. What happened in 1964? The government terminated recognition of more than 100 tribes and bands as sovereign dependent nations. These actions affected more than 12,000 Native Americans, or 3% of the total Native American population. Approximately 2,500,000 acres of trust land was removed from protected status during these years. Much was sold by individuals to non-natives. This is right. This is right as the Civil Rights Act was going through Congress to get to the president's desk.
Remember what happened in 1968? You get the Fair Housing Act where they start building all these housing projects. Where did the land come from, brothers and sisters?
Exactly.
Why 150 million acres just got cleared up?
Millions of acres. You see what Dr. King was talking about now?
Once you put it in context and you don't spot read.
Yep.
So
you got to read for comprehension. Yes, Ms. Gabby.
Listening, I decided, because I was born in California, to pull up urban neighborhoods, the history of neighborhoods, areas that are considered urban areas / ghettos or projects or whatnot. I decided to pull up the history. And it was one of those things, and I think I told you guys before, I always wondered when I was younger how all the parents of my friends or their grandmothers and grandfathers, everyone was mainly from the South. You know, few people were their parents and their grandparents were born in California, but mostly from Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Texas, South Carolina, North Carolina. So if you don't mind, if I can read real quick a little portion that had me really tripping off of what's being discussed now.
Let's hear it.
Okay. It says the area, and this is Watts. The area known as Watts is located on the 1843 Rancho La Jata Mexican land grant. As on all ranchos, the principal vacation at that time was grazing and beef production. With the influx of European American settlers into Southern California in the 1870s, La Jata land was sold off and subdivided for smaller farms and homes, including a 220-acre parcel purchased by Charles H. Watts in 1886 for alfalfa and livestock farming. In those days, each Tahuta farm had an artesian well. The arrival of the railroad, and so basically it goes in more detail, but it talks about how the land.
Yeah, Watts. What you know is Watts, Los Angeles out there. Yeah, that's Indian. That was all Indian. That was Indians in there.
Right. And it says, it goes further to say that Watts did not become predominantly Black until the 1940s. Before then, there were some, and I'm paying attention to the switch in wording, so I'm only reading it how it's put here. It says Watts did not become predominantly Black until the 1940s. Before then, there were some African American residents, many of whom were Pullman car porters and cooks. Schoolroom photos from 1909 and 1911 show only 2 or 3 Black faces among the 30 or so children pictured. By 1914, the Black realtor Charles C. Leake was doing business in the area. Racially restrictive covenants prevented Blacks from living in any other neighborhoods outside of Central Avenue District and Watts. World War II brought the second Great Migration. Tens of thousands of African American migrants, mostly from Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Texas.
Pause right there. I want to add something in to bring that into context of what you just said, and you can continue. The Great Migration, and it's kind of funny because Tanya mentioned it. I pulled it up because from reading, I know they go hand in hand. The Great Migration, sometimes known as the Great Northward Migration or the Black Migration, was the movement of 6 million so-called African Americans out of the rural southern United States to urban Northeast, the Midwest, and West that occurred between, remember these dates, everyone, it occurred between 1916 and 1970. So now, wouldn't these people a lot of them be leaving because their status as Indian and protection has just been removed in the South?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Yep.
See what happens when you read and put it all in context? What'd you say, no sellout? Timelines.
Timelines.
Okay, I'll be real quick because I want to finish listening. Okay, it says Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Texas, who left segregated southern states in search for better opportunities in California. During World War II, the city built several large housing projects, including Nickerson Gardens, Jordan Downs, Imperial Courts, for the thousands of new workers in war industries. By the early 1960s, these projects had become nearly 100% Black, as whites moved on to new suburbs outside the central city. As industrial jobs disappeared from the area, the projects housed many more poor families than they had traditionally. And it goes on to more, breaking down, Watts and surrounding areas, the gangs and whatnot. What I found really interesting is it's talking about the new migration that's happening. And the new migration that's happening, it's saying that the new migration that's happening is the same predominantly Black faces, predominantly African American or Blacks are now moving from California back to the South. And that California has lost most of its Black population, and that the population that is an increase now is predominant. Well, let me use their exact wording. The predominant population that is there now is Hispanics. And it says that they are mostly from Mexico and El Salvador, based off of their genealogy history. Genealogical
As we
history.
go back into the process, the part of process, it'll make more sense too.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just reading. It's just real interesting to see how they talk about the World War II and the Great Migration before, and now there's the wording they put on here is the new Great Migration.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I just want to share that real quick. Y'all had me thinking. I got to clicking to typing.
No problem.
I got to typing. I got to clicking. That's how I had it.
Now, this is profound. This is all of this that we're talking about goes together to put this picture together of how we got here, how we got to this point where we are now. Why it's so important for other people to make sure that we embrace the term African American as our identity. Why the American descendants of slaves, or ADOS, why that whole movement started and what it represents. This is how the Indian, even those that had dodged the wrongful reclassification attempts in other periods, this is how so many of those folks more recently, and this is in the last 100 years, became Negroes and Blacks. This was not that long ago. Part of why people keep talking about slavery coming from 1619 and being 400 years and this and that, and you not being able to really find a whole lot of evidence to suggest that it was going on at the scale they claim it was, is because of this. California was a free state when it was made into a state. So what happened to all these people? You keep finding in history that there are people that disappear. The Olmec, the Uli, they disappear. It's just we don't know what happened to them. They just disappeared in the thin air. Where'd they go? All these tribes that just disappeared. All these people in North Carolina and South Carolina, these Indian tribes that went to sleep one night as Indians and woke up as Negroes.
Yeah, that third paragraph is going to be a doozy. If that's
Yes, sir.
not
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and get into it. The termination of these tribes ended federal government guardianship and recognition of those tribes, the tribal governments, and U.S. jurisdiction of tribal lands. In addition to ending the tribal rights as sovereign nations, the policy terminated federal support of most of the healthcare and education programs, utility services, and police and fire departments available to Indians on reservations. Given the considerable geographic isolation of many reservations and inherent economic problems, not many Indians had the funds to continue such services after termination was implemented. Look at Pruitt-Igoe.
Okay.
Once they cut off services, once they cut off maintenance men, they didn't hire people to do the maintenance on the elevators. And you're talking about story after story after story of floors of tenements, and they're not paying people to keep the maintenance up on the elevators. Really? The people keeping security over the grounds, people tending to the gardens in the courtyard. What happens to this place? It turns into what we now call the projects or the hood. We don't have the services like other people have. You know, some of our communities don't have HOAs like they have in areas that that are more financially independent and can do decent scale gardening and lawn work and things like that. They can pay other people to do it. That is. Well, if you don't have that, you got to do it yourself. And a lot of us were taught to just have somebody else do it. If you don't have the money to have somebody else do it, then, well, tough luck. So you see why it's so important for us to tell people all the opportunities that they have to do these things for themselves. Because a lot of our ancestors that were around, not even 100 years ago, ran out of the ability to implement most of this stuff on their own. Where there was protection for this stuff before. So you see how the rug got pulled out from under all of these so-called black folks that were Indians just a few decades ago? Now all of a sudden they didn't have the means to do for themselves what they did before. And the government guaranteed it.
Mm-hmm.
You ever wonder why it became so easy to convince these newly created Negro and black folks and colored folks to have the government do things that they had previously promised them?
It brings context to Martin Luther King's speeches, his movements, why they were doing what they were doing. Because he was talking about us being locked out, us not given an opportunity to provide for us. This is what he's talking about. Remember, this is 1940s right here. This ain't the 1840s. We're talking about the 1940s right now. This is what led up to that movement, to the Fair Housing Act, the Poor People's Campaign. This is what led to it.
That's right.
Especially when you finish reading that paragraph. Oh my.
Oh yes, sir. Oh yes, sir.
Wouldn't it? Okay. Would I be correct in thinking, with taking an understanding and knowing to being locked out, it also implemented being locked out of understanding business structures, understanding.
No, we understood all that because we did it for ourselves. But we was locked out of the market.
Right.
Gotcha.
Ability to sell our produce and get a fair wage on an open market. That's what we was locked out.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
We always have done business amongst ourselves. You even see it now. We set up little house stores and stuff. We're always going to do business amongst ourselves. But even now, what is the biggest thing that ails our community? A lot of us don't have access to do business outside of our communities on an open market.
Right. So let me bring this home, because this is the thing that Bones was talking about.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
The tribes initially selected for termination had been considered groups who were the most successful in the United States, in some cases because of natural resources controlled by their reservations. They took your control over the resources of your own land.
Question.
Come on.
Question.
Mhm.
I want to make sure I'm seeing this right, and I heard you read it right. And it's not even funny. I just don't. Okay. The initial selection was based off of what reservations had access to natural resources that basically were beneficial. They were more beneficial to the tribes than they were outside, or they were more beneficial to the reservations than they were.
No. What they did, they terminated the tribes that were successful, the most wealthy and successful tribes. Now, remember what year this is. Remember, this is 1940s we in.
Okay.
When did Tulsa, Oklahoma happen? 1921. Do you understand what's happening now? They took away the ability for our people to rebuild by cutting them off from the resources. This is what King was talking about. The reason why during the Great Depression, it didn't harm our people like that, because we had our own resources.
Right.
It didn't matter what happened to the U.S. government because we was doing business amongst ourselves. So now the first groups that got terminated would be them groups that was able to do what they did in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, Florida, North Carolina, Wilmington. Like I said again, if you overlay the map of these areas, it'll shock you that, hold on, what y'all calling hoods today was Indian land.
So now the areas, reservations, the territories that weren't as successful,
you wouldn't have no need to terminate them.
Right.
Oh, wow.
So what tribes were able to come back in 1960 and which ones was it?
Right. Which created a dependency, right?
What did they tell you? Give these Negroes something and we'll have them voting Democratic for 200 years and we still vote for it.
Exactly.
Wow.
And anytime they give you a handout, it's purely a facade. It's purely cosmetic. Now, and again, I'm not going to critique or debate the merits of integration, because there are things that arguably should have happened with integration. We shouldn't be treated as separate citizens from everybody else. We shouldn't be treated as lesser beings than everybody else here. That's a fact. However, there was an inherent systemic, and where a lot of people call it systemic racism, this is actually, if you think about it, systemic dependency. Because it's by design that you need the government to do these things for you.
When you used to do it for yourself.
Exactly.
Think about it. You now know when they terminated these tribes, the method was terminating the most successful ones first. So when you look back and you get the time, look at the list and see what tribes were terminated first. Ask yourself, how did the hood get cut off from resources?
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at it.
Yeah, it's all right here. The smoking gun is right here. And so, and consider the gaslighting that you see right now. It's not but what, maybe a decade to 2 decades after this that you start seeing the propaganda about welfare queens showing up, about how our women were, just wanted to be dependent on the system. When when for each woman, her grandmother probably was on what would have been considered a reservation doing for herself.
Yep.
And because she don't know who grandma was, she don't know any of this happened. See how dangerous this is?
Because this is the thing you have to ask yourself too. They try to tell you the American Indian is a small group of people. If they so small, why do you assimilate them and use them for taxation? You wouldn't make anything. See, sometimes we got to use common sense. This has to be a large group. There's more of us here to think. Think about it. We are the 9th richest group on the planet. I'm going to say it again. As a whole, the so-called African American is the 9th richest group on the planet. We spend 1.7 trillion, and it might be higher. $1.7 trillion a year as a people we spend.
To give y'all some context, what he's saying is the money that passes through our hands is more money than half of Europe. And think of how rich everybody assumes Europeans are. More than half the population of Europe, more than half of the nations that make up the European Union don't have that much money to work with.
We're the 9th richest group on the planet. Facts, Lachey, they put our face on it because you see it so much, it makes you believe that's what we're supposed to be doing. Well, they took it from us. We were slaves. They did this. So I'm going to sit back and let them take care of me. That's the trap. And they tell you 570 tribes. But what is that federally recognized tribes? All that means is out of all the tribes they terminated, they only bought 570 back with federal recognition. That's all that means. And that's why I say when people be fighting about that, but you have to realize, what are you really fighting for? And I said, them timelines are something serious. At the same time of the Great Migration, you had the Termination Act. You have the mechanism that would have our ancestors relocate. They tell you this part in history, and we all heard it before, our ancestors moved to the cities for work. Why would they have to move to the cities for work? Because they cut the resources off from them in the South. They tried to drive the South into bankruptcy, make the population poor by cutting off everything. You notice all your so-called Black Wall Street cities, the majority of them is in the South or towards the West? Anyone? Anyone? Well, we can continue. Read the 4th paragraph in this one. The copy India are probably tied up, so I'll go ahead and read it. A few tribes mounted legal challenges to maintain tribal government and the trust relationship with the federal government. Through the Indian Claims Commission, tribes had the ability to file claims against the government for breaches of treaty or grievances. Again, through the Indian Claims Commission that you done heard people cite before. But the difference is tribes had the ability to file claims against the government for breaches of treaty or grievances. The 5-year deadline for making a claim, August 1951, caused many tribes to file in the months preceding the end of the registration period. In some instances, pending claims cases with complex legal issues aided the tribes in preventing termination, while in others, tribes were taken advantage of by government agents and their associates. And it goes back to the part that was in the tribe that a lot of our own people helped this happen. Especially when you come to find out it was so-called melanated Black people who was pushing the one-drop rule.
Right.
Yep. As brother Michael Eason said, giving our birthright away to everybody else that wants to come in and get a part of it. Giving it away like it's charity. And these are the people that and that's the other thing too, is you get, like you said, Bones, you got these people that are in these groups, and they're upstanding people in the community. These people that dress sharp, that were professional, that looked the part, that were in some cases pastors, in some cases, pretty prominent businessmen and philanthropists. So they were people that we were taught inherently to trust. And all the while, they were convincing us to give what we had away and keep giving it.
Mm-hmm. To the point they don't even ask no more. We just give it.
Mm-hmm. Programmed to the point where we do what they've taught us to do to ourselves, by ourselves.
Oh, I mean, after a while, you see the program. Okay, tomorrow, 1 p.m., we're going to release a video of a melanated person getting shot. Now you have to ask yourself, on social platforms that have rules and regulations, how do these videos get uploaded? Because they wanted them uploaded. They want to get you emotional. Because again, like our brother Copper Indio stated earlier, once you become emotional, you're not rational. You're not thinking.
Then you're subject to be triggered. We were talking about this right before the show started. What happens with a trigger? A bullet doesn't have any control over where it goes after that trigger's been pulled. It just moves.
Yep.
And that's how they want you to react. They want to show you a trigger when they need to, and have you give them the desired response.
Every time. Every time. But again, you can look at the 1940s acts and start seeing the final stripping of our people. Because think about it, after the 1940s is when we started becoming Black. I wonder why. All right, moving on to the legislation and policy, the Kansas Act of 1940, which is very interesting. This is where the states come into play. It states federal policy up until the 1940s had mainly held that the federal government had sole jurisdiction over Indians. The Kansas Act of 1940 was trial legislation granting state jurisdiction over most criminal offenses committed by or against Indians on Indian reservations. If successful, it was to be implemented everywhere. Kansas had been exercising jurisdiction over offenses, including those listed in the Indian Major Crimes Act, and their authority to do that was called into question. To clarify the state's authority, they proposed the act to fill a perceived gap in jurisdiction. None of the 4 federally recognized tribes living in Kansas, the Potomac, the Kickapoo, Sac, and Fox in Iowa, had tribal courts to deal with offenses, and state jurisdiction did not extend to Indian lands. The law, Title 25, U.S. Code, Section 217A, Chapter 276-54, Stat 249, passed on the 8th of June, 1940, gave Kansas courts jurisdiction to try persons for conduct that violate state law, even if the federal government is also able to try the offense under federal jurisdiction. Almost immediately, similar statutes were passed in North Dakota, Iowa, and New York, granting state jurisdiction over most offenses committed by or against Indians in Indian country. Anybody want to touch in on this one? Because the one thing that you can notice in here, if you remember the two, oh, go ahead, Gabrielle.
No, okay. What I have found interesting, because I kind of skimmed, sort of something like skimmed ahead to see how the states, how the acts that were implemented in the states affect not just within that state, but overall. I find it very interesting to see how that is, how what is established, an act that is established in one state,
how it passed
affects,
over.
Yes, how it affects all states.
The mechanism that allowed it is the Constitution.
Right.
All you have to do is go back to the Constitution. Any powers that are not granted to the federal government in the Constitution goes to who? The state or the people. Correct. So if Indians are under federal government protection, but only on the reservation, because off the reservation, they are in who jurisdiction now? State. That's what allowed them to create this. Because once they started terminating federal protections of Indians, who jurisdiction would they fall under?
You are absolutely correct.
They're citizens of the state. Remember, they already got rid of tribal courts in the late 1800s. They disbanded the tribal courts and came back and finished cleaning it up in 1924.
You know, and you mentioning that, thank you, because you mentioning that, it really puts an expanded understanding of what has transpired. That means that to get rid of tribal courts, that means there was a whole judicial system set up.
Correct.
And again, it's really putting it all together that, you know, the cities, what we call cities now, these cities were established before. It wasn't like there wasn't any order, there wasn't any structure, there wasn't any governing and laws and rules, and you know, it was there. It was all there before.
Correct. Continuing on, survey of Indian conditions. In 1943, the United States Senate commissioned a survey of Indian conditions. It indicated that living conditions on the reservations were extremely poor. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, and its bureaucracy were found to be at fault for the troubling problems due to extreme mismanagement. Again, the Bureau of Indian Affairs and its bureaucracy were found to be at fault for the troubling problems due to extreme mismanagement.
I got a question. I got a question. And definitely correct me if I'm wrong. This is how my mind is processing it. To me, it would seem to me that the Bureau of Indian Affairs, with everything that transpired up into they did this survey, was left holding the bag.
The Bureau of Indian Affairs is what became of the Indian agent. And what is the Indian agent's job?
Wait, say that again.
What is the BIA? It's just became the department of the Indian agent. And what is the Indian agent's job? To get you to assimilate. The BIA was doing exactly what it was created
Kill
to
the
do.
Indian, save them can.
Oh no!
The federal government created them to be the scapegoat for what they wanted to do to our ancestors.
Oh my goodness!
The branch. That's it.
Yeah.
Plausible deniability. Goes on further. Congress concluded that some tribes no longer needed federal protection and would be better off with more independence rather than having them depend on and be poorly supervised by the BIA. They also thought that tribes should be assimilated to mainstream American society. Goals of termination included freeing the Indians from domination by the BIA, repealing laws that discriminated against Indians, and ending federal supervision of Indians. Senator Arthur V. Watkins of Utah, the strongest proponent of termination, equated. It was the Emancipation Proclamation, which had declared the freedom of all slaves in the territory of the Confederate States of America.
Question.
Mm-hmm. Shoot.
That last. Okay, so wait a minute, because this is all tying in, saying, okay.
I'm trying to see, did you catch it in that last line?
Yeah, I did. Okay, so I caught it with domination, freeing Indians from domination by the BIA. And then I caught it again with, equated it with Emancipation Proclamation. And then I caught it again with freedom of all slaves in the territory of the Confederate States of America.
We talking Indians?
Yeah.
Can you
That's just my mind. If I'm wrong, correct me.
Why are they mixing Indians and slavery in Confederate States? Oh, because Indians were slaves in Confederate States?
One of these things does not belong here unless they are one and the same.
Bingo.
I mean, how many ways does one have to tell you who you are?
Right.
Before you start figuring this out. See, and notice they never, ever come out and say verbatim, the so-called African American is the American Indian. They never say that verbatim. But they don't deny it, though, as you can see.
You have never heard the government deny it. Never.
No, ever. But one thing you have heard them do, you've heard sitting members of Congress laugh at people when they claim as African Americans they want reparations for slavery. Why are they laughing at you? They're laughing at you because, or are they? Let me frame it this way: are they laughing at you because there's no reparations to give, or are they laughing because now think about it? Now other groups are getting reparations to this day for things that happened a long time ago. World War II and further back, they're getting reparations for it. So I don't think it's so much that. But are they laughing at you because those weren't actually Africans and they were enslaved?
They're probably saying take it up with 23andMe.
No, they're laughing because they know that those wasn't Africans. The government knows this. Think about it. If we can get our Indian records from the government, if we can get our census information of our Indian ancestors from the government, and they have it already, don't they know? Don't they have all the acts in Congress? Isn't there a congressional library with all this stuff in that you can get a library card and go check it out for yourself?
Exactly. Think of where some of these documents, some of these videos you've seen over the last couple of years. from some of the community's best researchers. Powerful information about how Negro and Negro and Indian was interchangeable in some places. Stuff all through the Americas, where you got the Spanish and the Portuguese talking about who we are. Where are these documents being found? If you look at the URL and where a lot of these PDFs are coming from, they're in colleges. They're in the National Archives. Yep. The government knows this. They have the information. They're never going to deny who you are. They're not going to openly admit it either. So we go back to the beginning of this conversation. It's up to you to determine who you are and not to let somebody else tell you who you are. Because somebody will always be willing to tell you who you are and swindle you out of what's yours. But it's up to you to determine and establish and reaffirm who you are. Let the government deal with you accordingly.
Sit back and be like, wow. It goes on to state, in 1953, the United States House of Representatives and the Senate announced their support for the termination policy with the House Concurrent Resolution 108. Whereas it is the policy of Congress as rapidly as possible to make the Indians within the territorial limits of the United States subject to the same laws and entitled to the same privileges and responsibilities as are applicable to other citizens of the United States, to end their status as wards of the United States, and to grant them all of the rights, oh, that word just got me, and prerogatives pertaining to American citizenship. Go ahead, Gabrielle. I think you got a question off of that one. Or not.
So, no, I do. You know I do. So, my little mouse went over the little hot link, and I found it interesting while you were reading the statement in conjunction with the House Concurrent Resolution 108, how it says that it declared it to be the sense of Congress that it should be policy of the United States to abolish federal supervision over American Indian tribes as soon as possible, and to subject Indians to the same laws and privileges. That was it. That was, you cut off. You gotta go. You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta go from here. And this was done through Congress, and we put, okay.
The thing that stuck out to me is to end their status as wards of the United States.
Right.
And I only remember that tag. I could be wrong, and please, anyone on the panel correct me. Only other group of people I've ever seen that word used towards is us.
Right.
Yep, that's a fact.
So we went from being wards of federal government. So we went from being wards of the United States to wards of states.
Yes, because prior to this, we dealt with the federal government only.
Right.
It's once the federal government started removing its protections, Indians fell automatically under the jurisdiction of the state. They had no tribal courts. They had no type of protections. Think about it. The act made them all U.S. citizens. So now They don't need direct federal protection because now they're U.S. citizens.
Mm.
They fall up under the Constitution and states' constitutions now because they're U.S. citizens now.
Right.
You don't need the special protections.
So think
The
about
is protected by default.
Mhm. Think about something a little more recent. I wish Brother Carey was on here, being down there in Louisiana. Think about Hurricane Katrina. People impacted. What was the biggest area impacted when those levees broke? Ninth Ward.
The wards.
The
Yeah.
ward. Okay. Who primarily is down there? If anybody that's been in that area or visited or anything like that, who were the people that primarily made up the ward and the wards that are in this area? Because there's a bunch of them, hence the ninth ward, right? In this area specifically.
Mm-hmm.
These were people that had been displaced and came under the jurisdiction of wards. Okay. Second point is, look at the way they were displaced after all the fallout from the hurricane.
Yeah.
Their treatment wasn't the treatment of the people on the other end that had a little bit more money.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They weren't in the ward. Okay. They didn't get the help that other people got.
Right.
Third point is, now when you have people talk about getting out of state jurisdiction, why do they feel they need to talk you out of being under state jurisdiction? Why do they believe that they need to talk you out of that so heavily? Why do they feel like, all right, so a lot of people that we've had some disagreements with. I'm not gonna pick on anybody in particular, but I'm more or less attacking the idea, not the people. They talk about how our status needs to be under the federal government. You can see right here that's not the case.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're having an argument that really is a non sequitur argument because it's not an argument at all. You're not under the jurisdiction of the federal government in that sense. It's under the state government.
Right.
That's why you when you have tribes that aren't under federal recognition, the alternative is state recognition. Because that's who these people are going to be dealing with directly, the state.
Right.
If federal recognition doesn't apply. So when these folks are telling you that, you got to be in a certain status to go down the road and then not have to deal with state and local, on the sovereign thing, right? That's setting you up because it's not the federal government you need to be dealing with in that sense. If you're within the state, if you're doing some interstate stuff, that's a different thing. But if something happens in your state, why do you need the federal government to intervene? Since they made it apparent right here that the jurisdiction that will govern you in that sense is the state government.
Yeah, and if people knew how government really worked, the federal government needs the state permission to enter it.
Exactly.
Normally when they declare national disaster, that allows the feds to come in. But until then, they can't do anything. But people say they know law. Civics are one.
Exactly. And this is why civics is key. Know who you need to talk to. Know who you need to air your grievances with or state your claims with. Because otherwise you won't get anything done. And if anything, you end up getting yourself in more trouble than it's worth. Look how much trouble these people are getting into doing deeds that now put them into federal jurisdiction where they were trying to weasel their way out of state issues. Last I checked, general district, circuit court, traffic court, state and local, at the municipal city level.
Why are you getting the federal government involved? These are things to think about when people come to you selling you packages and packets of documents. And they can't tell you what those documents are, but they just call it paperwork. And tell you about what you need to do with the federal government. Right here in black and white, it shows you, unless you're doing some kind of thing that involves interstate commerce, or unless you're causing a big enough state of emergency in your state that it needs the federal government to come in and the National Guard or something. Why are you pulling the federal government into it? That may have been applicable a couple hundred years ago, but is it applicable now? Not so much. Because don't you think you would hear a little more about people doing this and succeeding? Wouldn't you hear a little more about this kind of thing in the news? Tell what you do hear, though. You do hear people that the federal government, because once it gets to them and they start dealing with you, now you're talking about BIE. Now you're talking about Patriot Act. Wasn't that the thing we were trying to get away from for a while? I don't mean to be on the soapbox or nothing. I just want to make sure people understand what this means about the jurisdiction over us going to the state. Because I don't see any of these people talking to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. You?
Nope. And it's a hand sanitizer box nowadays, not a soap box.
That's true. Gotta get the viruses on top of the bacteria, not just the bacteria. I'll yield the mic.
Sorry about that. I had a quick call. And continuing on, it says North Dakota jurisdiction on Devil's Lake Indian Reservation. On the 31st of May, 1946, Congress enacted an act to confer jurisdiction of the state of North Dakota over offenses committed by or against Indians on the Devil's Lake Indian Reservation. Public Law 394, 60 Statute 229. In language reminiscent of the Kansas Act of 1940, the law granted the state of North Dakota jurisdiction for criminal offenses occurring on lands occupied by the Spirit Lake tribe, but retained the right of the federal government for jurisdiction on offenses against federal law. So if you violate a state law, you're dealing with the state. You violate a federal law, you're dealing with the feds. Dropping down to the Indian Claims Commission Act, it states, in 1945, earnest discussions began on creating an Indian Claims Commission. The idea had been circulating for years, but had never gained much momentum. However, in the wake of termination, it took on new life. Policymakers saw that settling claims would become the means to speed along the process of ending Policymakers saw that settling claims would become the means to speed along the process of ending Indian identity. Again, policymakers saw that settling claims would become the means to speed along the process of ending Indian identity and move tribe members into broader society. Simultaneously, it will eliminate the need of the government to continue serving as Indian guardian, or at the very least, allow the government to reduce appropriations for tribes in proportion to the size of their claim settlements. Is this thing on? Anyone? Anyone? don't know if anyone was saying anything. Goes further on the 13th of August, 1946, the Indian Claims Commission Act of 1946, published L number 79 through 726, chapter 959, passed. Its purpose was to settle for all time an outstanding grievance of claims the tribes might have against the U.S. for treaty breaches, unauthorized taking of land, dishonorable or unfair dealings, or inadequate compensation. Claims had to be filed within a 5-year period. Most of the 370 complaints that were submitted were filed at the approach of the 5-year deadline in August 1951. The life of the commission was extended, but eventually Congress terminated it on the 30th of September, 1978. It transferred outstanding claims to the United States Court of Federal Claims. The final case, Pueblo of San Defenso versus the United States, was finally resolved in 2006. Wow, that's a long case.
So one of the things we are seeing in real time is cases that and claims that were established when we hear about cases being taken care of now or ending now. These are cases that have been long standing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because in some cases, these tribes were split up and scattered all across the nation. So they had to do their due diligence, genealogy, get their family members back together so they can get the claim. You can't do this as an individual. You're going to need your tribe.
Okay. Would it also be fair to say that while these cases are happening over a long period of time, those of us who didn't know, hadn't done our genealogy, these cases, some of us may have looked at them as, that doesn't pertain to me, that it doesn't pertain to us, that doesn't pertain to our family?
Correct.
Okay.
And by not supporting and by not stepping up, it makes it easier for the government to terminate. Because what did they say their thing was? To cut down the numbers so they can cut down the payout.
Right.
Again, the BIA wasn't created to protect the American Indian. The BIA was created as the house of the Indian agent. We got to remember that. It's a branch of the federal government. It's under the executive branch. It answers to the president. Yeah, I remember we went through that when we did civics, all the branches and where they fall under. Yes, the BIA falls under the executive branch. Moving forward, Iowa jurisdiction on Sac and Fox Indian Reservation. On June 30th, 1948, Congress enacted an act to confer jurisdiction of the state of Iowa over offenses committed by or against Indians on the Sac and Fox Indian Reservation. Public Law 846, 62, Statute 1161. And language reminiscent of the Kansas Act of 1940. The law granted the state of Iowa jurisdiction for criminal offenses occurring on lands occupied by the Sac and Fox tribe of the Mississippi in Iowa, but retained the right of federal government for jurisdiction of offenses against federal law. Dropping down, New York Act of 1948. On the 2nd of July, 1948, Congress enacted to confer jurisdiction of the state of New York with respect to offenses committed on Indian reservations with such state. Public Law 881, 62, Statute 1224. The language was virtually identical to the Kansas, North Dakota, and Iowa statutes, with two important differences. It covered all reservation lands within the state and prohibited the deprivation of hunting and fishing rights, which may have been guaranteed to any Indian tribe, band, or community or members therefore. It further prohibited the state from requiring tribal members to obtain fish and game licenses.
Question, because for me, I feel like I'm seeing a pattern being established. This New York Act of 1941, where it says the language was virtually identical.
Yeah, 48.
I'm sorry, 48. I apologize. Act of 1948, where it says the language was virtually identical to Kansas, North Dakota, and Iowa statutes. In my mind, what I'm seeing is when you go up to Iowa, who also says the language is reminiscent of Kansas Act of 1940. In my mind, what I'm seeing is the pattern that the act that was initially the Kansas Act that was established in 1940, that was the blueprint for all the acts going forward to be established.
Again,
Okay.
these members of Congress and Senate, where do they reside? In their states, right?
Right.
They represent a state, right?
Right.
So the federal government is made up of representation of what? States.
States.
So the federal government, in all actuality, is who?
Us.
States.
States.
I don't know what people think these are separate entities when the states created the federal government.
Now, I have another question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it goes back to what was first. You had states before you had a federal government. So who created the federal government? These states got together, while they're called the United States, and formed a governing body to govern them all as one. That's it.
Okay. Question real quick, because big words, thinking I know meanings and stuff like that. Got to be messing around with the dictionary. Where it says in the New York Act of 1948, where it says it covered all reservation lands with the state and prohibited the deprivation of hunting and fishing rights, which may have been guaranteed to any Indian tribe, band, or community or members thereof. Now, so it's saying before this act, hunting and fishing rights were guaranteed to any Indian tribe, band, or community or members thereof, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's saying after this act, that the requirement of obtaining a fish and gaming license became implemented.
For the area.
So if I'm to understand this correctly, and again, correct me if I'm wrong in processing this, before, hunting and fishing was guaranteed. Hunt and fish, no license and all that stuff required. After this act, you need a license. Am I getting that right?
Correct. Sorry about that. Someone was trying to call.
No. Okay. So, okay. All right. Thank you.
But also look what happened. This act is in New York in 1948.
Doesn't this add to taking away?
No, it created something.
Okay.
Go back and look at the 1948 New York fishing industry now. Oh. If Indians have all rights to the areas, the waters, and access, you can't set up a fishing industry without dealing with Indians.
Right.
But now if you remove them and make them have to get the same licenses that these fish companies You know, a lot of them that were owned by high-end politicians and, you know, world prominent people. So they already had the licenses ready to go.
So we're seeing in timelines, we're seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong in my wording, I do apologize. Would it be correct to say or process and think we're seeing through these acts, through these acts, laws, through all these different things, we're seeing a type of forced assimilation?
Yes, because
Okay.
because remember, there's a need for, and even now you see it, there's a need for unlimited, perpetual economic growth. And as the population increases, it's not necessarily tied to population, but people run business on the idea that population's getting bigger, so more people will need more things. So you have, like Bone said, you have groups that are trying to start certain industries or expand certain industries into certain areas, but they can't because, well, that's Indian land. And we got to go through them. Why should we have to go through them? Remember, most of these people that run the show here have said, that same family that said whose surname starts with an R. One of their patriarchs said that competition is a sin. So why should you have to compete with these people to expand your business? Convince them that there's someone else. Change the nature by which they relate to the land. And now you can go in and do what you like because they're not concerned with the land. They're concerned with getting help from the federal government. They're concerned with other things, with consumerism, with shiny objects, with a certain standard and quality of living. Now you don't have to compete with those people.
Think about it again. Didn't the great late king tell us through acts of Congress? Aren't these acts of Congress that are locking us out of new industries that's being created? Remember, this is 1948.
Mm-hmm. And that wasn't that long ago.
Right after the Great Depression, right after the burning down of our successful cities and industries. To make sure, the question you have to ask yourself, why after Tulsa, Oklahoma and stuff, we did not rebuild? Believe me, it was not out of fear why we didn't rebuild. They removed the access to resources on how we built it in the first place. If I cut off your connection to the resources, what can you do?
Right. Think about what you've seen in the last few years. That oil pipeline coming from Canada. You had tribes that were in the way. What does the federal government say? Out the way. Get out of here. I see you protest. I see you don't like what we're doing, but money needs to be made. Industry needs to be expanded. Y'all are in the way. We don't want to have to compete with you for this land. We don't want to have to go through you for this land. To get out of the way. And we don't have to.
Would it be correct to relate it to, because what I'm thinking about is now. So I have my house, right? And my house was built in late 1960s, okay? So there are a lot of things at the time that when my house was built, it fell under certain codes, city codes. It fell under certain codes. And right now, 2020, would it be correct to relate it to if I wanted to do anything to change the structure of the home? Because certain codes, during the time that the house was built, because certain codes basically are grandfathered in, changing the structure would have it fall under new codes. And so whatever I was going to use to change the structure or do whatever to my home, those resources can no longer be utilized because it falls under new codes. It falls under new laws, new acts. And I'm saying it that way because that. Go ahead.
It goes deeper.
Okay.
Add the missing element to it that a lot of people forget.
Okay.
At one time, the houses that we lived in, our ancestors didn't go to the bank to get them financed. They did it themselves. They removed their ability to do for self. Now to get a home, you go through a bank. But 40, 50 years ago, people financed their homes themselves with the money from their own pockets. Again, they cut off the ability for you to do for self and gave it to you. So that way you would never desire, have the will to do it for yourself. Oh, well, I'm gonna get up and do it. They giving it to me.
Right.
See the mentality? Remember again what they said. Give them trinkets and we will have them voting for the Democrats for 200 years. This is their words. We gave up the ability to do for self to allow someone to give it to us. Because this is the reality. In 2020, there's no mechanism that's blocking us from rebuilding now. Up until 68, there was, but then after that, a drastic change and it opened up. Again, what the king said, I made it to the mountaintop. I won't walk down to the other side with you. But we got the check. We got the reparations. Now you must get up, activate, and do something with it. Right. And people be like, oh, what's reparations? Reparations isn't cash money. Because if somebody gives you cash money, once it's gone, you're dependent for someone to give it back to you. Right. That's why we're in this situation now. Reparations is getting out of the way and allowing the community to do what's best for them. Allowing the community to be self-sufficient. That's our reparations. Ain't nobody holding a gun to our head telling us we can't farm. Ain't nobody telling us that we can't open up our own industries. Ain't nobody telling us that we can't. Well, let me rephrase that. Only people that's telling us that we can't look like me and you.
Right.
Questions, comments, concerns, and or corrections, please email us at attentionassembly@gmail.com.
I mean, how many calls we get or emails from other nonprofits? Think about it, there's over 24 right now that want to work with us. And all of them don't look like us. You'll be surprised. But then again, if you're just sitting down and you never step out into the world and you let someone else's experiences dictate how you see the world, that's a mistake. We allowed them to turn us into cowering cowards, to where we huddle up amongst ourselves like we're afraid of the rest of the world. In order for us to be successful, we're going to have to deal with the rest of the world. But it doesn't mean we compromise our morals when we do it. I mean, you trying to tell me our ancestors had this licked and we can't? We got way more opportunities, believe it or not. We have way more access to things. We have a digital era to where we don't have to be physically in each other's face to do business.
Yeah, especially now.
Well, even with the case of $5 Indians getting resources, that's not what put us in this situation. It was the lack of our participation that allowed it to happen. Because I don't care how many people signed up as $5 Indians. The government cut off the resources to Indians, period. So what did they get? See, that's the misconception that tribal Indians are getting. No, that's not, no. Out of the 570 recognized tribes, only half of them get allotments from the federal government. Again, out of the 570 federally recognized tribes, only half are receiving something. Only half.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and I don't know how many people out there listening are in tribes or are acquaintances, friends, relatives of people that are in tribes that have tribal membership. And please, by all means, you can forward clarifications on this to autogenousassembly.com. But I know some people through work, people that are acquaintances and friends that have membership in various tribes, and at least about 3 or 4 different tribes. They are not recipients of any of this money, even though some of those tribes do actually get money from casinos, let's say, or other ventures that they have that generate money. They're not getting money from these things. Some of these larger tribes, they're making this money, but it's not going to everybody. Like any government, you have a collection of resources and money that's at the top that most of the people don't get to enjoy. So we got to be careful when we get mad and we start talking and you start hearing people talk about, well, the $5 Indians, the people that's in these tribes has got membership. They the ones making all this money because they got casino land, and that's not everybody. That certainly is not everybody. And all you got to do is actually talk to people who have membership. I mean, how difficult is that? There's a lot of people living amongst us that have tribal membership. They don't necessarily live on the reservation, but they have affiliation. They're not seeing the benefits that we're seeing, or that we think they do. They don't have access to a lot of the things that we're talking about because, like Bone said, they were cut off. Because that's how we got cut off. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't think it's quite appropriate to say it the same way that Brother Dick Gregory said it. But don't start just following people because what they tell you sounds good. Don't just follow every person that says $5 Indians, this, that, and the other. Understand what's being talked about. Understand the context of what you're hearing. Everybody that has a membership is not a $5 Indian. And everybody that might have been descended from somebody that was one of those people isn't filthy rich either. At some level, this was done to all of us. We have to understand that. Because again, the same tools they use to put us where we are, the same tools that a lot of these other people, thinking that they were getting something out of being Indian, ended up being subject to as well. But if we can get beyond this age-old, this centuries-old concept of race, and actually start understanding what happened, then we'll know what to look out for as we get out of this mess. I yield the mic.
Sorry about that. Another call. Starting to get busy. Where we left off, we got California next. Okay. Next is the California Act of 1949. On the 5th of October 1949, Congress enacted an act to confer jurisdiction on the state of California over the lands and residents of the Agua Salante Indian Reservation in said state and for other purposes. Public Law 322-63, Statute 705, which stated that on and after January 1st, 1950, all lands located on the Agua Salante Indian Reservation in the state of California and the Indian residents therefore shall be subject to the laws, civil and criminal, of the state of California. The law also made provisions for the tribe and the Secretary of the Interior to negotiate easements for the city improvements. Thus, it did not terminate tribal status. So in California, they basically made them all citizens, allowed them to participate in the easements of improvements of the city, and they kept their tribal status. Moving down to the New York Act of 1950. You were saying something, Copper?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything. I didn't mean it.
All right. It says New York Act of 1950. Within 2 years, Congress was reviewing a second piece of legislation with regard to New York to grant the state civil as well as criminal jurisdiction over Indians and tribes. During congressional hearings on the law, tribes strongly opposed the passage, fearful that the states would deprive them of their reservations. The state of New York disavowed any intention to break up or deprive tribes of their reservations and asserted that they did not have the ability to do so. On September 13th of 1950, Congress enacted an act to confer jurisdiction on the courts of the state of New York with respect to civil actions between Indians or to which Indians are parties. Public Law 785-64, Statute 845, granted the courts of New York authority to settle civil disputes between Indians or Indians and others within the state. It allowed the tribes to preserve customs, prohibited taxation on reservations, and reaffirmed hunting and fishing rights. It also prohibited the state from enforcing judgments regarding any land disputes or applying any state laws to tribal lands or claims prior to the effective date of the law of the 13th of September, 1952. So you see, they came back 2 years later and reacted some more to the act in New York. Next is the House Concurrent Resolution 108. House Concurrent Resolution 108 of 1953 was a formal statement issued on August 1st, 1953 by the United States Congress announcing the official federal policy of termination. The resolution called for the immediate termination of the Flathead, Kiamath, Menominee, Potomac, and the Turtle Mountain Chippewa, as well as all tribes in the states of California. Pay attention, these are immediate terminations, as well as all tribes in the states of California, New York, Florida, and Texas. Termination of a tribe meant the immediate withdrawal of all federal aid, services, and protection, as well as the end of reservations. Individual members of terminated tribes were to become full United States citizens. Again, individual members of terminated tribes were to become full United States citizens and have the benefits and obligations of any other United States citizens. The resolution also called for the Interior Department to identify quickly more tribes who appeared ready for termination in the near future. A January 21st, 1954 memo by the Department of Interior reviewing the effects of Resolution 108 stated that the bills to terminate 60,000 Indians, 1/7 of the total population, were under consideration by Congress. In addition to the above list, the memo sets forth bill provisions for the termination of the Iroquois Confederation of 6 nations. Again, the memo sets forth bill provisions for the termination of the Iroquois Confederation of 6 nations, Seneca, and the Oneida tribe of Wisconsin, formerly of New York. They terminated the Seminole tribe of Florida. They terminated the Alabama Cusata tribe of Texas, a Kansas bill covering the Potomac and Kickapoo, the Sacs and Fox and Iowa tribe, and 41 California rancheries. A memo dated January 19th, 1955, for the BIA issued by the Department of Interior indicated additional terminations were being reviewed in proposed legislation for 4 Indian communities of southern Minnesota, including Lower Sioux Community in Redwood and Scotts counties, the Upper Sioux Community in Yellow Medicine County, and Perry Island Community in Goodhue County, and about 15 individuals living on restricted tracts in Yellow Medicine County. Any questions from the panel? Thoughts?
We heard in that list more than a couple of very familiar tribes that were terminated.
Oh, yes.
Apparent now why these tribes had to go through so much to stay together and to recuperate lost members and lost family members, clans in these tribes, but also the work that's needed to be done to
Oh, you faded out.
Oh, sorry. Mic check. Yeah. Okay. But this underscores the work that has needed to be done by many of these tribes that we've heard in that list that have been terminated, to not only regroup and recover lost members of that tribe that generations later don't know who they are, but also for these tribes to go back and do the work to try to regain some semblance of recognition. And whether it's the state or the federal level, there's a lot of work that has to be done to overturn all of this. In some cases, it has been done. In some cases, there's still a lot of work to do. Well, this is what we were talking about earlier, where the genealogy becomes important, because this is where you begin to learn who you're connected to, because these people aren't going to be able to do this as individuals. Not entirely. Some individuals have been able to go to court and successfully, regain land or whatever have you, but this is going to be a lot easier when these people come together. When these people begin to mend their families, their clans, and their tribes, and work as a unit to regain what was lost. And this isn't that long ago now. This is what you said, 1940s?
Yep.
You're talking 80 years ago, which would have been enough time for some of these members of terminated tribes to have lost the memory of who they are, because they don't know who their grandparents or great-grandparents are. It doesn't take that long. People think that, hundreds of years must have passed, which is why we don't know who we are. It doesn't take that long for people to have no knowledge or no understanding of
you can do it in
who
one
they
generation.
are.
In one generation,
exactly.
Change it.
Exactly. It does not take that long. But there's legitimate work that needs to be done to undo this. And we're not going to undo it by claiming that we're just, we're just going to create a new thing and we're just going to be that because far enough back our people were here. That's not good enough. That's nothing that our state governments or the federal government is going to acknowledge or respect. This is why we need to be careful. I hear the mic.
mean, all facts. Moving down to public law. It states Public Law 280, passed in 1953, gave state governments the power to assume jurisdiction over Indian reservations, which had previously been excluded from state jurisdiction. It immediately granted the state criminal and civil jurisdiction over Indian populations in California, Nebraska, Minnesota, Oregon, and Wisconsin. Special clauses prevented this law from being invoked on the Red Lake Reservation in Minnesota and the Warm Springs Reservation in Oregon. After being admitted as a state in 1958, Alaska was added to the list of covered states where termination would be the goal. Public Law 280 also allowed any state to assume jurisdiction over the Indian lands by a statute or an amendment to the state constitution. This law made both the states and Native Americans unhappy, the former because they had new responsibilities without increase in funding to support additional staff and supplies, the later because they were subject to new laws. I'm gonna read that last sentence again real quick. This law made both the states and Native Americans unhappy, the former because they had new responsibilities without any increase in funding to support additional staff and supplies, the latter because they were subject to new state laws. The federal goal in implementing Public Law 280 was twofold. One, to fill the jurisdiction gap resulting from the Native communities' lack of independent, formal judicial systems, which had resulted in a general perception of lawlessness in their communities. And two, to assimilate Native peoples and their tribes into the cultures of their neighbors by shifting the financial burden of prosecuting criminals in Indian County to their respective states. It was about the monies. The main effect of Public Law 280 was to The main effect of Public Law 280 was to disrupt the relationship between the federal government and Indian tribes. Again, the main effect of Public Law 280 was to disrupt the relationship between federal government and the Indian tribes. Previously, the tribes had been regulated directly by the federal government. In Worcester versus Georgia, 1832, the Supreme Court had ruled that state laws cannot be enforced on Indian land. While this preserved a kind of sovereignty and independence for tribes on reservations, in other ways they depended on a complex bureaucracy of services. In 1955, Nevada extended state jurisdiction over public offenses committed by or against Indians in the areas of Indian country, and determined that Indian customs and traditions which were inconsistent with any state law would not be given full force and effect in civil actions. Again, it determined that Indian customs and traditions which were inconsistent with any state law would not be given full force and effect in civil actions. Montana enacted legislation covering criminal offenses for the Flathead Reservation. Washington State passed a law in 1957 allowing tribes to voluntarily go under state jurisdiction, and in 1963 assumed at least partial jurisdiction on all reservations within the state. In 1963, Idaho made provisions for the tribes to be able to come under full jurisdiction of the state or operate with concurrent jurisdiction between Indian country and state. It drops down into Indian Relocation Act of 1956. It states in the Indian Relocation Act of 1956, as part of the Indian Termination Policy, the Indian Relocation Act of 1956 was passed. It was a federal law encouraging Native Americans who lived on or near Indian reservations to relocate to urban areas for greater employment opportunities. Great Migration? Let's rewind it. as part of the Indian Termination Policy. The Indian Relocation Act of 1956 was passed. It was a federal law encouraging Native Americans who lived on or near Indian reservations to relocate to urban areas for greater employment opportunities. It is estimated that between 1950s and 1980s, as many as 750,000 Native Americans migrated to cities, some as part of the relocation program, others on their own. By the 2000 census, the urban Indian population was 64% higher than it had been in pre-termination era of the 1940s. Dropping down to regaining of the federal recognition. In 1968, interesting year, y'all, 1968, civil rights, Poor People's Campaign. In 1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson proposed ending termination, building partnerships between tribal governments and the United States, and fostering tribal self-determination and self-development through the proposal never passed. Subsequent presidents followed this informal approach until 1988, when House Concurrent Resolution 108 was formally abandoned, and that's 1988. Of the more than 100 tribes terminated during this era, many regained federal recognition. The tribes achieved this through long court battles, which for some tribes took decades and exhausted large amounts of money. Some tribes, like the Choctaw and Seneca, were able to delay termination long enough to have it canceled before implementation. Other tribes were marked for termination, like the Cold Springs, Middletown, and Montgomery Creek Rancheries of California, and the Wyandotte tribe of Oklahoma, but due to errors in process, were not successfully terminated. Some tribes, such as the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin and Stockbridge Munsee Community, pursued federal litigation to halt termination. Still others, though marked for termination, fought the process and prevented laws from coming out of committee or reaching the floor for a vote. Tribal leaders played key roles in getting their cases heard by the United States Congress, through the political process, and by the Supreme Court, in suits and appeals. The tribes garnered publicity by creating resistant groups. Those, both political, protested the termination policy and fought political and court battles in Washington for restoration of tribal sovereignty or other goals. It drops down. Reorganize and restored tribes. Reorganized and restored tribes. Tribes which were terminated but regained their status as federally recognized sovereign states included Bear River Band, Ronaville Ranchera, Big Sandy Ranchera of Mono Indians, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Blue Lake Ranchera of the Wyatt, York, and Hoopa Indians, Buena Vista Ranchera of Miyuk Indians of California, Catawba, what up family, Chicken Ranch Ranchero of Indians of California, Cloverdale Ranchera of Pomo Indians of California, Confederate tribes of Coos, Lower, Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, Confederate tribes of the Grand Ronde Community of Oregon, Confederate tribes of Slits Indians, the Coquilla Indian tribe, Cow Creek Band of Umpqua tribe of Indians, Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians of California, Elk Valley Ranchera, California, Confederate Indians of Granton Ranchero, California, Greenville Ranchera of Madu Indians, the Gudaville Ranchera of California, Hapamoto, Pomo of Upper Lake, California, Hopland Band of Pomo Indians, California, Kiamav, Coal Nation, What's that? Linton Band of Pomo Indians. Minomi. What's that? Miwok Indian Community of Wilton Ranchera. We have, what's that? The Mecapudi Indian Tribe of Chico Ranchera, California. Maduke Tribe of Oklahoma. Moortown Ranchera of Maduke Indians. North Fork Ranchera of Mono Indians of California. Ottawa Tribe of Oklahoma. Paiute Indian Tribe of Utah. Pascanetti Band of, what's that? Nomook Indians of California. Peoria Tribe of Indians of Oklahoma. What's that? Paiute Ranchera of Chickachunsy Indians of California. Pinovilla Pomo Nation. Ponacea Tribe of Nebraska. Potter Valley Tribe, California. Quartz Valley Indian Community of the Quartz Valley Reservation of California. Redding Ranchera, California. Redwood Valley or Little River Band of Pomo Indians of Redwood Valley, Ranchera, California. Robinson Ranchera Band of Pomo Indians. Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians. Smith River Ranchera, California. Table Mountain Ranchera of California. United Auburn Indian Community. Wilton Ranchera, California. Wyatt Tribe, California. Wyandotte Tribe of Oklahoma. What's that? Giselet Del Sur Pobo. Yselet Del Sur Pobo. And that's the list of all the terminated tribes that were reorganized and restored.
Well,
a whole lot of.
Since we out here roll calling, my bad. Peace to the chat.
You got it.
Got some names that have been chopped off, but I remember seeing Mike Easton, Michael Brown, Harris Cheek. I'm sure Liz Robinson was in the building first and foremost. Grand Rising to the chats. I'm in the YouTube chat right now. Marlon P. I'm at 10:35 a.m. So my bad. Anybody prior to that, Grand Rising to you. Marlon P. Grand Rising. David Corey. Grand Rising. Doodoo Vision 2. Peace and Grand Rising. Macadon 1. Pamela Hall. Peace Relative. Home of the Braves. Peace. Grand Rising. Who else we got? Copper Indio. Oh, you on the panel. What's up? Who else we got? Lachey, Grand Rising. And Carrie Bay, Grand Rising. Peace. Bonton, South Dallas, Grand Rising. Who else we got in here? Up in here. That's what I got. My bad to anybody that was here earlier. Mike Easton and them. Grand Rising. Y'all got to be tired from being on the phone all night. What's wrong with y'all?
I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. Whoop, whoop. Anybody can read the next paragraph? I got a call. I got to take this.
I can read.
That while I'm about to drive.
Oh, you reading?
Nope. You got it.
Okay. Let me get back up there. Okay, wait. What's the first word of the paragraph?
By the early 1960s, some federal leaders began opposing the implementation of any more termination measures.
AKA.
Yeah,
okay, I'm right there. By the early 1960s, okay.
Mm-hmm.
By the early 1960s, some federal leaders began opposing the implementation of any more termination measures, although the administration of President John F. Kennedy did oversee some of the last terminations. The last two terminations occurred in the 1960s. Those of Ponco Tribe of Nebraska legally began in 1962, after Kennedy signed the order at the urging of Secretary of the Interior Stuart Udall, and culminated in 1966 at that of the Tewa Indians of Ysleta, Texas, which transferred federal authority to the state of Texas in 1968. Presidents Lyndon B. Johnson and Richard Nixon changed federal policy encouraging Indian self-determination instead of termination. Interesting. Forced termination is wrong, in my judgment, for a number of reasons. First, the premises on which it rests are wrong. The second reason for rejecting forced termination is that the practical results have been clearly harmful in the few instances in which termination actually has been tried. The third argument I would like to make against forced termination concerns the effect it has upon the overwhelming majority of tribes, which will still enjoy a special relationship with the federal government. The recommendation of this administration represents an historical step forward in Indian policy. We are proposing to break sharply with past approaches to Indian problems. President Richard Nixon's special message on Indian affairs, July 8, 1970. Wow. Some tribes resisted termination by filing civil lawsuits. The litigation lasted until 1980, when the issue made its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. The 1974 Bold decision was upheld by the Supreme Court in 1980, recognizing that tribes retained treaty rights for fishing and hunting, including the right to conduct such activities off the reservation and without state regulation. Activism in the 1960s led to the founding of several Native American rights organizations, such as American Indian Movement, AIM, and other organizations that help protect the rights of Indians and their lands. In 1974, Congress implicitly rejected the termination policy by passing the In 1974, Congress implicitly rejected the termination policy by passing the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act, which increased tribal control over reservations and helped with funding to build schools closer to reservations. On January 24, 1983, President Ronald Reagan issued an American Indian policy statement that supported explicit repudiation of the termination policy.
So this is the point where we begin to see the corner being turned.
Right.
On this idea of termination.
Right, but we've now hit 1980s. I mean, that's crazy. Almost 100 years later.
Because at that point, damage had been done.
Right. Yeah, this might not have been working how we thought. So, this is crazy. Tribes which evaded termination. Termination, although often accompanied with pressure and coercion, was considered voluntary and required tribal consent. What? Hold on. Did I read that right? Hold on. Termination, although often accompanied with pressure and coercion, was considered voluntary and required tribal consent.
Remember what I said earlier? Everything that happens here happens on consent.
Right.
It may not be seen as consent when it's happening. There may be, like you said, some arm twisting going on, but one way or another, the trick is to get you to consent what's going on.
Man, some of the tribes in this category may have had a formal termination agreement approved, but they were successful at warding off termination until repudiation, or terms of their agreement were unmet. other tribes in this category were approved for termination, but were successful in testifying before Congress that they should not be terminated. Okay, I need to look up this word, repudiation, because I definitely know I don't know the.
Is to renounce.
Renounce?
Yeah. Like if I make a claim and you repudiate it, you basically deny that claim.
Okay, so let me reread this. Okay, some of the tribes in this category have had a formal termination agreement approved, but they were successful at warding off termination until repudiation. So until
they said termination was a bad idea, they kept the termination process in flux. They kept it from moving forward.
So it's the same. It's equal to changing your mind, in a sense.
It's
no?
like if I say, "Hey, Miss Gabby, sell me your house," and you say, "I might, but I don't know if I want to do that," and you basically say, "I don't like. I want to, but I don't know." And you kind of dither until I say, "All right, well, look, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm gonna go on down the street."
Okay.
And you say, "All right, well, I'm gonna keep my house there." That's basically what happened.
Got you. Okay, so kind of like stalling.
Right.
Okay. Iroquois Confederation of the Six Nations. Beginning in 1953, a federal task force began meeting with the tribes of the Six Nations. Despite tribal objections, legislation was introduced into Congress for termination. Can you explain that sentence for me?
Okay, repeat that again. I'm going to break it down.
Okay. It says, beginning in 1953, a federal task force began meeting with the tribes of the Six Nations. Despite tribal objections, legislation was introduced into Congress for termination.
Okay, so when they came saying, "Hey, Confederacy, we want your house," and they said, "We don't want to sell this house," and they said, "Well, we're gonna write up terms for which we're gonna do this," but they continued to say, "We don't want to sell this house." You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. The proposed legislation involved more than 11,000 Indians of the Iroquois Confederation and was divided into two separate bills. One bill dealt with the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Tuscarora tribes, and the other dealt with the Seneca Nation. The arguments the Six Nations made in their hearings with committees were that their treaties showed that the United States recognized that their lands belonged to the Six Nations, not the United States, and that termination contradicted any reasonable interpretation that their lands would not be claimed or their nations disturbed by the federal government. The bill for the Iroquois Confederation died in committee without further serious consideration. Wow. Immigrant Indians of New York City. On January 21st, 1954, a memo by the Department of Interior advised that a bill for termination is to be prepared, including about 3,600 members of the Oneida tribe residing in Wisconsin. These Indians have no land in federal trusteeship and are not receiving any federal services in such fields as health or education. Clarification of who these tribes were was found in the Department of the Interior memo entitled Indian Claims Commission Awards over $38.5 million to Indian tribes in 1964, which states that the immigrant Indians of New York are now known as the Oneidas, Stockbridge, Munsee, and Brotherton Indians of Wisconsin. In an effort to fight termination and force the government into recognizing their outstanding land claims from New York, the three tribes began filing litigation in the 1950s. As a result of a claim filed with the Indian Claims Commission, the group was awarded a settlement of $1,313,472.65 on August 11th, 1964. To distribute the funds, Congress passed Public Law 90-9381, Statute 229, Immigrant New York Indians of Wisconsin Judgment Act, and prepared separate rolls of persons in each of the three groups to determine which tribal members had at least 1/4 immigrant New York Indian blood. It further directed tribal governing bodies of the Oneidas and Stockbridge, Munsee, to apply to the Secretary of the Interior for approval of fund distributions, thereby ending termination efforts for these tribes. With regard to the Brotherton Town Indians, however, though the law did not specifically state they were terminated, it authorized all payments to be made directly to each enrollee with special provisions for minors to be handled by the Secretary. The payments were not subject to state or federal taxes. When guidelines, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Peace and grand rising to Copper Color Ancestor, and peace and grand rising to Arthur Gray. Peace, 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 peace. My bad, go ahead.
Greetings.
Yep, grand rising. Okay. When guidelines were established in 1978 to regain federal recognition, the Brothertown Indians submitted a petition. It was rejected because they had lost federal recognition through congressional legislation granting them citizenship. What? Okay, the Bureau of Indian Affairs acknowledged in 1993 that the federal government had recognized them as a sovereign tribe in treaties from 1831, 1832, and in the 1839 Act, which granted them citizenship and gave the tribe land in Wisconsin. Based on these findings, the tribe petitioned the Department of the Interior again. In 2012, the department, in the final determination on the Brotherton Town petition, determined that the tribal status of the group was terminated by the 1839 Act granting citizenship. The acting assistant secretary noted that only Congress could restore the tribal status. In an ongoing effort to regain recognition, the tribe asked the town board of Brothertown, Wisconsin for support. In a vote held on the 27th of December 2013, the town refused to endorse a plan to seek congressional approval. Whoa. Confederated Salish and Kootenai Nation. Am I saying that right? Salish. In 1954, at congressional hearings, the Flathead tribes were able to resist the government's plans to terminate their tribe. An opinion issued on April 8, 1980 in the U.S. District Court for the state of Montana confirmed that the Flathead Reservation, held in trust by the U.S. government, had not been diminished nor terminated since enactment of the Flathead Act of April 23, 1904. It further clarified that Congress's intent to terminate must be clear and cannot be inferred, stating a congressional determination to terminate must be expressed on the face of the act or be clear from the surrounding circumstances and legislative history. Man, because Kansas tribes, because jurisdiction over criminal matters had already been transferred to the state of Kansas by the passage of the Kansas Act of 1940, the government targeted the 4 tribes in Kansas for immediate termination. In February 1954, joint hearings for the Kansas tribe were held by the House of the Senate subcommittees in Indian Affairs. The Prairie Band of Potawatomi Nation tribal leader Minnie Evans.
It's Potawatomi.
Potawatomi, thank you. Potawatomi Nation tribal leader Minnie Evans, who Kiwanoqua Wishkino led the efforts to stop.
Kiwanoqua Wishkino.
Okay.
Sorry.
Led the efforts to stop termination. Tribal members sent petitions of protest to the government, and multiple delegations went to testify at congressional meetings in Washington, D.C. Tribal council members Bestana Kadu, Oliver Kaba, and Ralph Simon of the Kickapoo tribe in Kansas traveled at their own expense to testify as well. The strong opposition from the Potawatomi and Kickapoo tribes helped them, as well as the Sac and Fox and the Iowa tribe, avoid termination. Chippewa Indians of the Turtle Mountain Reservation. Though termination legislation was introduced, legislation 4S 2748, HR 7316, 83rd Congress, termination of federal supervision over Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians. The law was not implemented. In 1954, at the congressional hearings of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa Indians, Tribal Chairman Patrick Gourneau and the delegation spoke in Washington, D.C. They testified that the group was not financially prepared, had high unemployment and poverty, suffered from low education levels, and termination would be devastating to the tribe. Based on their testimony, the Chippewa were dropped from the tribes to be terminated. Wow. Minnesota Sioux communities. Discussions between the BIA and the Indians from the Lower Sioux community in Redwood and Scott counties, the new Upper Sioux community in Yellow Medicine County, the Prairie Island community in Goodhue County, and some scattered individuals living on restricted tracts in Yellow Medicine County began in 1953 and continued throughout 1954. Though the Prairie Island and Lower Sioux communities drafted agreements with individual land ownership, the Upper Sioux strongly opposed fee simple title to tribal lands. On January 26, 1955, Senator Edward Thigh introduced into Congress a bill S-704 to provide for termination of the tribes. Opposition not only of the Dakota, but other citizens who realized their state expenses might increase, were made to the committees reviewing the bill. The Governor's Commission on Human Rights also opposed the legislation, indicating that it would not adequately protect the interests of the Indians. The bill died in committee, never reaching the Senate floor. Seminole Tribes of Florida. Being proposed for termination galvanized the Seminole Tribe of Florida. On the 9th of October, 1953, an emergency meeting was called at the agency headquarters on the Dania.
No, Dania. Dania Beach,
Dania.
Florida. That's Hollywood, Florida.
Okay, headquarters on the Dania Reservation, there were two issues to be considered. One, convincing the government that the tribe was not ready to take over management of its own affairs. And two, convincing the government that not all Native people living in Florida were Seminole. On March 1st through the 2nd, 1954, designated tribal members testified at a joint hearing before the subcommittees of the Committees on Interior and Insular Affairs on the 83rd Congress. Additional hearings were held 6th through the 7th of April 1955, requesting the continuance for the next 25 years of government supervision and separation of the Seminoles from the
Yeah, the Muskogee. You got the Miccosukee there.
Miccosukee, yeah.
Miccosukes, yeah. Muskogee.
Okay, from the Miccosukes and traditionals.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, because there's other tribes that are in Florida. People only know of the Seminole, but all tribes in Florida wasn't Seminoles.
Right.
There's hundreds of different tribes that was in Florida that just got erased from history.
Right. By March 26, 1957, a committee had been formed to draft a constitution and a corporate charter. The constitution and bylaws were accepted by tribal vote on August 21st, 1957, and ratified by Congress later that same year. The Miccosukes formed their own government, receiving state recognition in 1957 and federal recognition as the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida in 1962. Some traditionals refused to affiliate with either tribe, not wanting relations with the federal government.
Yeah, I remember we had a conversation probably about a year ago because, like I said, I spent over half my life in Florida and familiar with the Seminoles and Miccosukee there. The Miccosukee is the tribe that actually still lives in the Everglades. Like when you hear about the alligator wrestling and all that, that's the Miccosukee Indian Reservation. But as well, there's also other tribal members to this day that lives in Florida that don't identify with either one because they don't want to have relations with the federal government. These are just basically their tribes. You don't need federal recognition to be a tribe.
Exactly.
Not when you have genealogy. You do need genealogy. But then you can also see why certain tribes started eliminating certain people. Not because there was no particular malice, that a lot of these tribes knew they could not afford to take care of all their members without the government because things been removed from them or bad practices prior to. So you even had tribes making excuses and coming up with ways with cutting off their tribal members.
So they could survive as a tribe. And so think about that when you deal with some of these tribes, or you hear about people dealing with some of these tribes that are making it difficult, even if you have the proof, making it difficult for you to get membership or to get a certain status within the tribe. Sometimes that's built into the agreement for them to remain a tribe. It's not just people, being like you said, Bones. It's not necessarily malice. It's not necessarily people trying to give you a hard time because you may or may not look like them. That doesn't have so much to do with it. Some of it, I mean, go back and look at what these tribes have agreed upon or have been forced into doing with the government in order to remain intact. Because everybody, when the news of termination came through and spread through the states, different tribes handled it different ways. Some of them, like you said, went an avenue where they just don't have any dealings with the federal government. Some groups made certain deals to remain a tribe. Some of them got terminated. Every tribe is different. So understand when you're dealing with, let's say if you tie to a tribe and you're going to approach them as becoming part of that principal group, you got to understand
how they got to this point. It's not just how we got here as the reclassified and misclassified people, but you got to also understand how your tribe got to its classification as well, whether it's no recognition, state recognition, or federal recognition.
Correct. And say, if you don't know the stipulations on how these tribes were able to come back in the 1960s, because remember, why was the federal government doing away with tribes? They were trying to get away from the responsibility of making sure the Indians were straight. So now a couple of tribes get told, well, yeah, we'll take care of you, but you got to cut your membership down by 60%. What do you think happened in the majority of these cases? And not saying that it was right, we're just shedding light on what actually happened.
Right. And then you have to ask or have to research this, does that statute still stand? Because if it does, what do you think the tribal government's thinking about when they look at, certain groups of us or enough of us putting this together and looking for membership?
Especially when all they hear is melanated people hollering about, we need a handout, or we need to be getting a check. That's why we need to be in the tribes. When a lot of the tribes are struggling to stay afloat now. Why would they take you in if you're telling them to their face you're coming to take resources? You're not coming to help build, you're coming to take. And I'm not saying everyone, but we do know there's a large amount of people who look like us. That is the rhetoric that's being spit out there.
Right. And we're seeing with various tribes that are being infiltrated by people selling sovereign citizen stuff, selling cons, snake oil, and stuff like this. So we are hearing that even to this day. And remember, the propaganda about our people has been heard by everybody, even people outside of this country. So you have to understand that when you have to keep that in mind when you start dealing with these people that are in the tribal government, if you end up doing that. Because you don't have to even approach any of these people, but should you do that, keep that in mind. And also keep in mind that, and the analogy has been used before. If you go, I think Bones used this analogy one time. If you got a cookout and it's people that's having that cookout that you're related to. They don't necessarily know you, but you found out that you're related to these people and you just show up. Now, some of them might be nice people might say, hey, come on, get you a burger or something. But if you go in there and just assume that you're going to eat and sit there and sup with everybody else without declaring who you are, you would think that they would look at you kind of sideways like, whoa, wait a minute, what's this about? Who is this? But now, if you go in there and you explain yourself, explain what's going on, and they say, whoa, you some kin to us? All right, well, come on in here and have some food. You're much more likely to get the treatment that you're looking for if you got the records to back it up. And you come there in peace. You don't come there, to get some kind of status or to get some kind of protection or handout or something like that. Because it's not about that. You're reconnecting with family. You're not reconnecting with family to get in on great grandmama's wheel or nothing. You're there to connect with your people. So for our part, for any of us that are still seeking to get to that place, keep these things in mind. And when you come there, to speak to the people, to speak to whether it's the tribal government as a whole, whether it's the chief, the family of the chief, or whoever, come in peace. And come in good faith and honesty. If you have trouble after you've done that, at least you can say, you've tried and you've done all you could. But at least do that. Keep those things in mind.
I got a question. So looking at these years, I'm looking at 10 to 15 years before I was born that this was happening. Tribes were being terminated. I mean, in so many different states, so many different areas. Um, Seeing this, I can only imagine what it did to our grandmothers and grandfathers and great grandmothers and grandfathers to know that they were part of a tribe and that tribe was terminated. They were, you know what I mean? They were basically said, "Hey, you're not this anymore."
And that's something that you will hear stories about when you look in our history. There's a whole lot of different points in time with several groups that you ain't part of us no more. You go on down the street. Or stay here and integrate with these folks if you want to. We're done with you. It doesn't have to always be like that, but that has happened in our history. That's part of what we're here to come to terms with and correct.
Look at the history of Mississippi. The chief became the governor of Mississippi. And what did he say? When half of the tribe went out to Oklahoma, all the ones that stayed in Mississippi, they became U.S. citizens overnight, and he became the governor. This is Mississippi's history. How many chiefs were the governors of these states or these areas? I mean, how many American Indians were in politics? How you think they got there? Oh, add on one more, y'all. Be right back.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'll keep reading. My bad.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Wyandotte Tribe of Oklahoma. On August 1st, 1956, the U.S. Congress passed Public Law, Chapter 843, 70 Statute 893, to terminate the Wyandotte Tribe of Oklahoma. 3 years later, allotted for completion of termination. And one of the stipulations required that a parcel of land in Kansas City, Kansas, reserved at the Huron Cemetery, which had been awarded to the Wyandottes by treaty on January 31st, 1855, was to be sold by the United States. Litigation was filed by a group of absenteed Wyandottes against the United States and the city of Kansas City, Kansas, which resulted in an inability of the U.S. to fulfill the terms of the termination statute and ultimately keep the Wyandotte tribe from being terminated. The Bureau of Land Management Records confirmed that the Federal Register never published the termination of the Wyandotte lands, and thus they were never officially terminated. To clarify the uncertainty, since an actual act had been passed when Congress restored the other Oklahoma tribes, it included the Wyandotte in the repeal. On May 15, 1978, in a single act entitled Public Law 95-281, the termination laws were repealed and the three tribes were reinstated reinstated with all rights and privileges that they had prior to termination. Man, California rancheras. 41 rancheras in California were approved for termination under the original term of the 1958 California Ranchera Termination Act. Public Law 85-671 and another 7 rancheras were targeted in the 1964 amendment to the act. The 5 of the rancheras terminations were not completed by the U.S. government. California tribes which avoided termination. Ranchera reservation, tribal entity, date of termination, date of reinstatement, date of land restoration, and details. 1. Cold Springs Ranchera of Mono Indians of California. No date of termination, no date of reinstatement, no date of land restoration. The ACCIP termination report, September 1997, states that the Cold Springs Ranchera was never terminated. Middletown Ranchera of Pomo Indians of California. No date of termination, no date of reinstatement, no date of land restoration. The ACCIP termination report, September 1997, states that the Middletown Ranchera was never terminated. Montgomery Creek Ranchera, Pitt River Tribe, California. The ACCIP termination report, 1997, states that the Montgomery Creek Ranchera was one of the land bases of the Pitt River Tribe and was never terminated. Likely Ranchera, Pitt River Tribe, California. No date of termination, no date of reinstatement, no date of land restoration. The ACCIP termination report, September 1997, indicates that this ranchera was sold. However, according to the April 2014 list of federally recognized tribes, the Pitt River Tribe includes the former rancheras of XL Ranch, Big Bend, Likely, Lookout, Montgomery Creek, and Roaring Creek Rancheras. Lookout Ranchera, Pitt River Tribe, California. No date of termination, no date of reinstatement, no date of land restoration. The ACCIP termination report, September 1997, indicates that this ranchera was sold. However, according to the April 2014 list of federally recognized tribes, the Pitt River Tribe includes the former rancheras of XL Ranch, Big Bend, Likely, Lookout, Montgomery Creek, and Roaring Creek Rancheras.
Rancheria.
Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. After 11 years as Choctaw Chief, Harry J.W. Belvin persuaded Representative Carl Albert of Oklahoma to introduce federal legislation to begin terminating the Choctaw tribe as a means to circumvent BIA intrusion into tribal funds and government. As a means to circumvent BIA intrusion into tribal funds and government. On April 23, 1959, the BIA confirmed that H.R. 2722 had been submitted to Congress at the request of the tribe and would sell all remaining tribal assets, but would not affect any individual Choctaw earnings. It also provided for retention of half of all mineral rights, which could be managed by a tribal corporation. On August 25, 1959, Congress passed a bill to terminate the tribe, which was later called Belvin's Law, as he was the main advocate behind it. In actuality, the provision of the bill intended to be final deposition of all trust obligations and a final dissolution of the tribal governments. The original act was to have expired in 1962, but was amended twice to allow more time to sell the tribal assets. As time wore on, Belvin realized that the bill served the tribe members access to the government loans and other services, including,
It severed.
Oh, severed. I apologize. My bad. Severed the tribe's members' access to the government loans and other services, including the tribal tax exemption. In 1967, he had asked Oklahoma Congressman Ed Edmondson to try to repeal the Termination Act. Congress finally repealed the law on August 24th, 1970. This is crazy. This is crazy. And I'm reading this. It's in print.
Yeah, that also suggests in some places that you had tribal governments, including chief, principal chief, be a bit misled or miscommunicated to about what this termination law was supposed to do. Some people knew up front what they were getting at, but they were a bit more unclear, and probably on purpose, to convince the chief to go along with what was going on, cutting off the things that did serve in the interest of the tribe. So again, this happens in a bunch of different ways based on what tribe you're dealing with and what time. Because once they set this up at the federal level, then the states started coming in and setting their own laws up.
Right.
So every state's gonna do their thing based on their own demographics, their own situation. So some tribes, were suckered into it.
Right.
They were suckered, but they were tricked and beguiled into it. Probably a better way to say it. Some of them were outright threatened into it.
Right.
Some of them had this happen, had no knowledge it was coming. So it really depends on the tribe, since they went on a tribe by tribe basis.
Right.
And to add on to what Copper Indio was saying, again, it goes back to knowing the law of the land. It goes back to actually knowing the Constitution. Any powers in the Constitution that weren't given to the federal government belongs to who? The state.
I didn't hear the question.
Any powers that were not given to the federal government in the Constitution belongs to who?
The people.
The state first. The state, then
the state, then the people.
So once there was no longer no federal protections or regulations for Indians, they fell to the state. The federal government actually protected the Indians from the state.
This puts a different perspective on segregation for me.
Yes, it does.
Puts a
once
different
you know what really happened.
Right.
It's all together and see what really happened.
Right. This definitely puts a different perspective, not just on segregation, but the separation, and then the later on inclusion, but still the separation of inclusion. Like, it just puts a whole nother perspective on everything.
Oh, you ready? So why nobody asked the question? You notice tribes didn't get put back together after the civil rights movement.
Right.
Why do you think that was? Because a large majority of them tribal members, you didn't just re-identified and pushed them off someplace else now.
Oh, wow.
You became African Americans.
Right.
Remember, look at the timelines. Just getting into the 70s, we were black then. We didn't become African Americans until 2000. All of this stuff go hand in hand. You can't separate it and look at it as one isolated incident.
Well, I got a question. And if I'm confusing timelines, if I'm confusing things, in my mind, what's going through my mind now is we didn't become black until the terminations of tribes, until the start of the termination of tribes.
Exactly. Right. The termination of the tribes, you were no longer a tribal Indian. You were black. A whole new movement and set of laws that were created for you.
And think of how this goes in tandem
with the One Drop Rule and the Racial Integrity Act and all this other stuff.
They all go
Right.
hand in hand. These are not separate acts.
Right.
This was us being hit by multiple vectors to not only confuse us, but to say if we can't strip you this way, we'll strip you that way.
Hey, you know what? I got a
Either
question.
way, you're gonna get stripped. But either
Right.
way, you're gonna get stripped.
Okay. So for some reason that 5-year window is kind of bothering me. And here's why. If I'm remembering correctly, when I was younger, listening to older people talk about that 5-year window, it wasn't like everybody knew about it. So some people, some tribes didn't find out about that 5-year window, didn't find out about that time frame until it was really close to the end.
Think about it. What was going on? What was going on in the nation during that 5-year period? The civil rights movement.
Right.
That's why you were given a distraction. Think about it. They're telling you they finna terminate the tribes. At the same time they're telling you they're terminating it, they're giving you civil rights. So put yourself in that time frame. They packaged it up like civil rights would be better for the Indian.
Well, I got a question. Going back to Walter Plecker. Okay. So it's not until the termination of tribes, the dismantling of tribes, do we get the title Black. But the title Black was not a title that was you know what? Okay.
No, it was a title. It was a title in the early 1800s. It wasn't applied to us.
Right. And that's where I'm going with this, because it's one of those things that now you've taken this title where it was used in a select group of people, or peoples, should I say, and then now it's a blanket. What is it
They
called?
made us to face the minority. That's what happens. We were never the minority. But by adding us to the Black category, they already had white women in it. Yes, Black, white women, the people that had no rights, because we had ours since the 1800s. We got added to a minority category, making us identify as a minority. We were never the minority.
Right.
Remember, these categories already exist. All they had to do was get us to choose to be in that category. And look at how the so-called African American, Black, Negro, whatever you want to call us or label us. Look how we divided ourselves so small into the smallest groups possible.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, we're atomized in that sense to the point where we got brothers and sisters and cousins that are on the islands that aren't even considered us. They're considered Hispanic. They're from an area where the primary language is Spanish, and they happen to speak Spanish as maybe a first language. So that makes them Hispanic and not colored or Negro, whatever you call it. Same genetics as us. They're just from somewhere else. So they say, well, this is a different group of people. You don't hear a whole lot of Dominicans necessarily being referred to as Negroes. They'll say that about the Haitians, and they're on the same island. Probably related in some cases. But think about the wordplay with people's racial identity. Think of how people have been incentivized into taking these other racial terms to disassociate themselves from the miscellany that we've been pushed into. So now what are they really saying when they say that the so-called Hispanic population
or elements in the Hispanic population that seems that demographic. What is it saying if those folks who figure out who they are and figure out who we are and realize we're all the same, then what?
Mm-hmm.
How big a population are we really?
Mm-hmm.
But as long as we let ourselves be subject to racial terms that have been given to us, as long as we let ourselves be subject to what do they call it these days? Intersectionality. As long as we let ourselves be sliced and diced into different groups based on, trivial things, we'll always be seen as a minority.
Right.
Because we'll never be a cohesive group. That's exactly where the people controlling us want us, so we can be more easily controlled.
Oh, I live on the south side. I can't fool with you. You live on the north side. Really? But neither party on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Fighting and killing each other over colors and street corners.
Mm-hmm.
See how this works?
Yeah, exactly. How much of this violence we see in places like Chicago would still be going on if half of those folks there knew who they were and knew who they were related to the same people that are in other street gangs? Because once you know who your family is, you can be a little less likely to trivially go after those people and try to kill them or be violent against them if you know their family. But as long as we don't know, we don't care.
Right.
I mean, again, yes, there's other parties that had their hands in this. We know that. But what are we going to do about the part that we played in it by not being active in our communities, by allowing outside forces to manipulate us? That responsibility does fall on us. And as long as we keep saying the colonizer did it, the European, the white man, you're giving someone else power over you. True power is when you accept the responsibility of your actions. That's power. You are accepting what you've done. You're not putting it on no one else. And like I said again, yes, there's outside parties that had their hands at play here. We know that. But the question is, what did we do and what can we fix from what we did moving forward?
Right.
Greetings, Brother James. Glad you can join us on the panel.
Greetings, brother.
Greetings, I apologize. Greetings to all those on the panel, to those in the chat. I just wanted to say this, and I'm gonna drop off. Want to add a little clarity on why the Choctaw Nation did what they did in Oklahoma, and the split between the tribal members versus doing the detribalization or staying with the tribe. Initially, when Oklahoma was set up, it was Indian territory. So it was divided up by counties. And the reason why there was a group of Choctaw that decided, hey, we're going to detribalize is because the initial deal that anything that happened in Choctaw County, there's like 8 Choctaw counties. Mm-hmm. So if they were to remain as a tribe in Oklahoma, then all of the county proceeds would have gone to the county and the state. So if you're in a Choctaw County, then all of the monies stay within the Choctaw tribe. So that was the reason for the split. And there was a lack of communication on the federal government's part because they wanted to be deceptive. So that's why you're reading about them saying, hey, they went to, the DC to do those things because they're saying, hey, we're more than just a reservation. We're more than just casinos. Mm-hmm. We're talking about when you pay all of your county tax, stay within the Choctaw tribe. So it was the Choctaw and the Chickasaw and part of the Creek tribes that had that agreement when Indian Territory, aka Oklahoma, was established. With that, I yield the mic.
So they thought they were going to lose that?
Yes, because if they were saying, okay, we're the Choctaw tribe,
Mhm.
then all of the county monies, because you think about it, as a tribe, unless you are self-sustainable, you don't have any monies coming in. What money you have, all the monies that you have coming in are determined by the federal government.
Right.
So they were saying, hey, when you come live in this county, you pay city taxes, right? And you pay
Mhm.
county taxes.
Mhm.
So all of that was staying within the tribe. That's why they didn't want that. Say if you have what Durant, Oklahoma is, okay, that county
Mhm.
where the Choctaw Casino is, then the Choctaw Casino monies would go toward the Choctaw tribe, but
Okay.
the rest of the county monies would go to the county and the state, and they didn't really split
Oh,
it up.
gotcha.
Because although gambling is a big money maker, but the consistency is going to come in from paying the county taxes.
Right.
Because then once you have the county taxes, is what they did is now you have your own medical facilities. If you look up the Choctaw tribe of Oklahoma, they have strictly their own medical facilities, but everyone in the county can receive benefits. But
Mhm.
it's a Choctaw health clinic, Choctaw schools, but anyone within the county can attend those schools. So now they're actually getting state and federal funding for the health facilities and the schools. So this is why when COVID-19 took place, the governor of Oklahoma had to go and make separate deals with each tribe of Oklahoma. He couldn't just say this is what we're declaring as the state of Oklahoma.
Mhm.
He had to go to each tribe, and each tribe had to agree, quote unquote, each county had to agree separately as a tribe.
Hmm.
Yeah, Oklahoma was actually a very unique um, situation, which is why those that keep trying to say Black Wall Street, it wasn't Black Wall Street. It was Indians setting up their own county based upon the laws that were in place dealing with Indian territory, aka Oklahoma.
Right.
Because again, what were the regulations that Brother Bones you read earlier when it was talking about Indians? It said tribal or communities.
Right.
So separate deals. Because you can be an Indian in a tribe and you can be an Indian in a community. So the Indians of Oklahoma were set up as communities, but they still didn't lose their Indian status, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, it does.
Because you didn't want to limit yourself to a reservation.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack the live stream. I yield.
Mm-mm.
Oh no, this is important because, like I was saying, this is the kind of thing that people who are starting to find that their lineage ties to these tribes. This is what they're going to have to keep in mind when it comes time to talk to people within the tribe. When the time comes to start to reconnect with relatives, this is what's going to come up, whether you're thinking about it beforehand or not, because this is how these tribes got to the situation that they're in. And this is what we have to keep in mind when we start dealing with these people. And it's relevant. I'm glad you brought up the COVID-19 thing, because it's relevant even in current events, because the status of these tribes is gonna be affected by how they deal with the government, as we see all of this unprecedented regulations that come up and these laws that come up in the federal government. They still have to deal with these tribes based on their rules of engagement. based on these agreements that we're talking about. They can't just make a blanket statement and have that affect everybody. They have to do this by protocol that's already been set up. And when I say this in the backdrop of, we get these press conferences from the White House, and when they're referring to indigenous populations, these are the people that they're referring to, along with us. Notice they link indigenous populations with urban health clinics and urban communities. You know who they're talking about when they say urban. All of us are together in this because they know who we are. Even if we want to call ourselves something else, they know. And they know how they have to deal with us. So it's in our interest to understand rules like this. It's in our interest to understand why these tribes have the agreements that they have with the federal government and the state government like this.
Did I kick everybody off the air?
I'm still here just reading.
My bad. I was off. Nope. I was on mute. I apologize. Hmm.
So a lot of these places that you see when they talk about what happened, like in Durham, North Carolina, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, these places were under the definition of an urban Indian. So because again, whether you are a tribal Indian or an urbanized Indian, you are still an Indian. It doesn't change who you are because it gets back to genealogy. So these places were saying, hey, you're not going to limit us to a reservation.
Right.
Because you're going to dictate to us what we're going to do. So if we establish our own municipalities, we have a right to govern ourselves and not be limited to a reservation. And that those monies could be recycled back into our community, which is why you see all of these banks and all of these, as we talked about before, these insurance, the State Farm, farmers, all this stuff, and how all of these establishments, financial institutions were established under farmers. That all gets back to the same thing.
I'm back. Second part of a very important call. I'll go ahead and make that announcement. So it seems like it's going through. Autonomous Assembly, a lot of people know, have been getting a lot of letters from nonprofits and other organizations that want to partner up on certain projects. So it seemed like we'll have a major nonprofit organization partnering up with us to help us expand the community gardening projects. So as
What?
as they
That's
send
what's
over the
up.
proposal, we will make an official announcement to the community once we have the official proposal.
Is we live?
You know it.
Is we live? Grand
Where the
afternoon.
real work gets done.
Grand afternoon to anybody in the chat. That was Big Hawk. I remember seeing Big Hawk earlier. Grand afternoon. Peace. Anybody else?
Is it afternoon?
It's the afternoon.
Yeah, it's 12:38 Eastern.
Mm.
Man, nope.
Don't
That
give me
sound like work.
Don't give me no information and think I'm not gonna contact and use it.
Mm.
What you don't like? Talking to people.
That boy is bad. Mm.
So what was the last part y'all left out on? I had to be on both phones at the same time.
The hot mic.
Seneca Nation. Well, okay, that wasn't where I left off. Okay, that's where we at.
Yeah, and from what I just caught up in the chat, yes, genealogy is one of the first steps that you would want to do. And at the same time you're doing genealogy, you can find out what resources that you can access locally. So while you're finding out who you are and records of your descendants, at the same time, you're putting things in place that can benefit you right now and moving forward. They both go hand in hand. So while you're doing your genealogy, take time to go through a lot of the programs that we present or come across. Look in your own area locally to find out what programs that's there that you can use and access right now to bring about the change that we need. And again, who best know the needs of the people than the people?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not gonna know people unless you get out there and start conversating.
A conversation with words?
Put it like this, if everything go down right, that 3rd and 4th of July, A2 will have the first official farmers market supplied by farmers from the community.
Oh, shoot.
He ain't lying. You better get them seeds in the ground.
Pass the peas, Sophia home now.
You remember how it used to be, who made the potato salad? It's going to be like, who grew this? who grew this? Which one of y'all grew this?
Which one of y'all?
is that Auntie Collett's? I don't know. Did she grow this?
Going through the step-by-step process of how to set up community gardens, home gardens, cooperatives, farmers markets, and wasn't using it? I ain't going to inform you about anything if we don't have the experience in knowing that it works for the community.
Pass the experience like you used to.
And copy and no seller, I don't know about y'all, I still haven't got that letter from the federal government telling us we need to stop giving away this free information to our community or they're going to come take our company.
Look, they in charge. I don't understand why they ain't doing their in charge job by calling us and telling us to stop and what to do and when to do it and how to jump.
Say it with me. I'm in charge.
Listen, it's about as sad as the individuals that keep trying to flag our channel but not realizing we have a company YouTube page. So when you contact them, you're basically asking me to take on page down.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Say
It's
it.
like
Who's in charge? I'm in charge.
it's like I told you earlier, Bones. You need to just go ahead and do the right thing, man, and just shut it down.
Huh? What? Okay. Hey, y'all, I gotta shut the internet down.
So yeah, y'all can keep flagging, y'all can keep trying to hack things, but like we said before, the difference is this isn't individual. This is a nonprofit American Indian organization, which is registered through the state, which will pretty soon have a SAM to be federal partner so we can do more positive work for our community. So again, if there's an alternative to help the American Indian right now and moving forward, all we're asking is put it on the table because the communities deserve to know.
Brother Bones, if I may interject, because I know you on that important phone call, that's kind of what I had covered earlier, is when you were reading about the different classifications of Indians, whether you're a tribal Indian or an urban Indian or a community Indian, A2 is an Indian community. That's what people don't realize. So when you're looking at all these federal regulations, state regulations and all that, A2 is an Indian community. I hope people that are listening and listen later on and haters and alligators will really take that into account. That we are an Indian community, which is why there's not an individual leader, an emperor, or a king. Things are done by community. There's not a membership requirement or fee. You're an Indian community. So every time you see Indian community under these different regulations and titles, I hope people that in the audience that are listening, and like I said, will listen later on, I hope it all makes sense, because there's a huge difference between tribal Indians, you're still an Indian, and an Indian community. Because notice you don't have to be from the same tribe to be an Indian community. You just have to be an Indian. I yield the mic.
Exactly. So like we tried to tell people before, the difference this time around, we can take any shot you want to throw. Because the mechanism that support us, when they shoot back, I hope you can handle it.
Cha-cha, y'all know.
Take it back now, y'all.
No, I don't want them to take nothing back. I just want them to prove it.
Take it back. I don't want it.
I mean, what's better than not coming here for a whole year and 2 months complaining and talking to our community, but actually presenting the information and building a nonprofit American Indian organization off the same information?
Wait, I'm confused. That was an example?
Mm-hmm.
That was...
We've been here like every
that
ride.
was a solution. And that was...
2 months?
Yeah, and that was... hold on. Oh, I missed it. Help. My bad.
I almost had to no, I read the 40L comment in the chat. We were like, is an Indian community a band? I almost said something funny. I was like, what song you got in? No, community is made up of multiple bands, multiple tribal members, a community. Again, in your community, everybody in your community don't believe the same thing. Everybody in your community don't eat the same thing. Everybody in your community don't even look alike. But you come together for a common goal, community, a common unity, community. You don't see the common and the unity? You put it together, common unity. Brother James, we're gonna open up Saturday classes. Let me stop.
Yes, sir. It's time. I'll give you
Yes, it is.
You'll see a lot of hyphenated Indian tribes. Those are communities. Like you read earlier about the Alabama Kushada. Those are two different groups. The Alabama, which the Kushada falls under that, but you have Alabama Kushada. You'll see Yawanee Choctaw. You'll see all these different groups that are a community. A band would be, you have one or two people from a tribe or whatever, or it's even 7, 8, or 10 people that are coming together. But a community is various people, just like when the community in which you live. All your next door neighbors don't look like you. They don't. All your next door neighbors are not related to you by blood, but you are a community. That's what drives it, is community driven. And when we understand that it's not about individuality, somebody trying to get their own individual sovereign. I'm sovereign within myself. That's okay. I'm not even gonna go on my tangent. I'm off the mic. I muted myself.
Pretoria. Pew, pew, pew.
Which is why A2 can get things done, because all of these other organizations and federal entities are recognizing A2 as a Indian community.
And exactly, Bonton, South Dallas, example of solution is something that is being done right before your eyes. That's why everybody keep asking us to prove it. And I'm like, prove it? What do you mean? We're a nonprofit American Indian organization. I mean,
I know what proves it.
There's people in the community that got their SBA loans back already. There's people in the same community in the chat that's getting help through USDA and farming grants. But people ask for proof. What do you mean?
What more can I say?
I mean, do they even notice our Saturday meetings when we get together and we talk about farming is a farming cooperative? So A2 has a cooperative already? They've been meeting up for how many Saturdays? Discussing information and farming techniques? Isn't that sweat equity?
I'll get a motorbike.
By just showing, by coming here on a YouTube channel to share information with your community, if you organize it and structure it right, it goes from just being a live stream to an organization, to a community that's able to access programs and resources that individuals couldn't. I mean, a knock against nobody, but why ask for donations, PayPal, super chats from the same community that you're supposed to be helping? For what?
Let me channel my inner doo-doo.
Paying somebody for their research, but it's not their research. They're just reading it from someone else, something that you can do yourself. When you can do the same mechanism, do these YouTube streams, structure it as an organization. It doesn't have to be a nonprofit. It can be a profit organization. There's people with YouTube channels with for-profit companies, but it changes the access and the resources and the things that you can get done. Again, this isn't about an individual. It's about the community, the whole. People telling you, oh, you can't do it. So how is this nonprofit organization registered as an American Indian nonprofit organization? I'll wait.
You're waiting, housewife.
You said housewife?
I'm laughing at McDonald. Said maybe they'll believe you if you package it and sell it to them. The funny thing about it, the split was because they wanted to package it and sell it.
Right?
That's what the split is about.
You know, you mentioned this the other day, and It really it's sticking in my mind. It sits there with a lot of things now in the forefront of my mind. I can only imagine if this was able to be packaged. I got my little air fingers, packaged and sold. And then you go to the USDA, you go to HUD, you go to these different organizations and you sit down with someone, FSA and all that. You sit down with them and they say, okay, here you go. Just fill this out. You're good. Well, wait a minute. What I got to pay you? Well, nothing. Well, wait a minute. I paid so and so and so and so amount of money for this. For what? You know, we got a free website. You know, it doesn't cost to walk through the front door. We print that. You got the application. We print it off, give it to you.
That's it. When the information was presented, some individuals, and like I said, this is not about name calling. This is about ideology.
Right.
Some people wanted to package it up and sell it. And some of us stood our ground, was like, we're not going to sell this to our people. Not when it's free information and it's needed right now. So when people really want to know what all the fight and this stuff that you hear on other channels, that's what it boils back down to. They'll never tell you, but I don't have no problem. So when it comes to the American Indian, I'm willing to live for my brothers and sisters. Like I said before, dying is easy. You don't got to do nothing. Living, you got to get out and do something.
Mm-hmm.
Our creativity, how creative can we be? A2 might be the first nonprofit built off these programs in this community, but I promise you it won't be the last. We got brothers and sisters that's set up ready to go right now. So if A2 is doing this in less than a year and it's one, imagine when it's 2, 3, 4, 5, whole communities, whole cities. Now we talking, and we tying this in with our genealogy and our work ethic that history let us know we always had.
Man, who we sending the car?
And by sitting here reconnecting to our culture, culture, the ability of farming and producing for oneself, you know, something our ancestors did all the time.
Okay, so I think my head is bad. Because when you started counting, what went through my mind is 1, 2, 3, and to the 4. Bones, double cousin, copper, and doodles at the door.
Yo, head bad. Yep. Mm-hmm.
She knows she got issues. I don't know why
I couldn't help it. I don't know why.
What's wrong with her?
And we're just doing our best part to show our brothers and sisters that American Indian men and women can come together, can work together for the common good. Because even on this panel, we're not all the same, and we don't all have the same backstories. But at the end of the day, we put our differences aside because we know we come from different tribes, different relations, but we are all American Indians, and we know there's something wrong with today's society.
Facts.
We don't allow what's different between us to separate us. We allow what we have in common to drive us to get the job done. Again, there should be no compromising of the truth. There should be no compromising of the righteous. Because the moment you do that, you have just corrupted your foundation. And with a corrupted foundation, you can't expect for nothing to be right. Okay, how many tape measures you got on that wall? If that foundation crooked, that wall gonna be crooked. I mean, if there's no more thoughts, we can stop it from here. Uh-oh, hold on. I seen something came in the back.
and that's just Arizona. But we can break down all the states, but it'll take about, for the rest of the year. And if you notice, some of those are individual tribes, but then some of those are communities just by locale. That's it. Like you have the Colorado River tribes, plural. That's just those tribes that live along those Indians that live along the Colorado River. They don't have to be part of the same tribe. It's a community.
I noticed that when Ms. Gabby was going through the list and they were talking about all the rancherias in California. Because a lot of the equivalent of communities. We got a bunch of different people that are in different tribes or maybe affiliated with different tribes, but they're all in the same community.
Just like when she read about the Tuscarora earlier as well.
Yeah, the people up there in Six Nations aren't all that there is. There are people all up and down the East Coast and in other states that are genetically part of that, genealogically part of that tribe, but are in other areas.
The funny thing about the Arizona tribes that a lot of people don't know, there is a tribe called Mongolian.
Yeah, I saw that. Listen, okay. So I was tripping on.
Uh-oh.
So, okay, one of the interesting things is to read in all this breakdown, which I know it doesn't stop here. I get that. It's really interesting to read how there are many different reasons, many different, overlapping breakdowns of tribes. There's many different overlapping disagreements or agreements or whatever the case may be that shows why there are so many overlapping reasons why people are like, hey, nope, I'm this, I'm not a part of them. Or even now when you hear, their last name may be Bryant and they're like, no, we're Bryants. Them is some different Bryants. We're not related to them.
Mm-hmm. But it just made me think when people be like, oh, the Indians on reservations are Mongolian. And I've always tell people, you gotta be careful. You need to study history and find out where the Mongols come from.
Right.
That would be Siberia making these Indians Europeans. When Chinese are called Mandarin.
Right.
Stop calling people by their pet names and learn what people call themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese aren't Mongolian, they're Mandarin. The Mongols and Mandarins are two different people. Two different sets of people.
Definitely.
So to turn around and say Native Americans are Mongolians, you're basically saying they Siberians, which are related to Europeans. Be cautious, brothers and sisters. Stop labeling people.
And that's kind of dangerous, right? Because if you
how can we complain about people labeling us and turn right back around and do the same thing?
But not just that. I'm also thinking tying, oh, they're Mongolian, which basically makes them European. What happens when you, and I don't mean you, Bones. I'm using the word you in like a general sense. What happens when you categorize and push people to be put under a certain title? Isn't that the same as assisting? Isn't that like Indian removal? That's the same as assisting with Indian removal, if that makes sense. Am I saying it right?
Yes, you're helping remove yourself when you do that. Think about it.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
I mean, just think about it real quick. It's a quick lookup to find out. The people you call Mongolians would be in the Siberian area.
And when you think about it, what happens when you say, okay, these are Mongolian, we're saying they're European, you remove them, right? Doesn't that take your history with them too? Doesn't it take your genealogy with them too?
It's not even about removing them. It's about we're reclassifying them and making them somebody else.
Right. Okay, I
So
said it wrong. My bad.
So think about it. The moment you make them Mongolians and you saying, okay, yeah, those are Mongolians on them reservations, but there's records of them people being there. Some of them being there like forever. We have to keep 100. There's records of some of them people, families who have always been there. So if you turn them people into Europeans, what are you making the American Indian?
Mm-hmm.
By default, aren't you making us European?
Yeah.
We got to be cautious not to do to others what was done to us. Because the moment we do it, we're just making the situation worse. Instead of stepping back and said, okay, listen, you can't identify nobody by looking at them. I don't care how good you are.
Yeah.
If you don't know a person's genealogy, don't even pass judgment. If we stop categorizing people, we stop breaking people off into categories that fit our best needs. It's the best thing that we can do, because we can't move forward asking others to judge us justly if we're not willing to judge people justly. You don't want nobody calling you out your name, but you want to walk around calling other people out their name and making them the problem because of their skin color. You do know that some American Indians were so light, they were able to pass as white and kept doing it. Are we going to forget that our own history tells us this? We got to get out of our emotions. We have to, because when you get emotional, you're not thinking rational. I don't know, Coffee and No Sellout, Brother James. Look like it's setting up for that. What is race part 2?
I'm for that, because that's a conversation I think we need to have. So.
Dun dun dun. No, I'm ready. No, I'm ready.
Yeah, because we can't collectively get to the next part of where we need to go with this until we get beyond that. Because as long as we're looking at everything through empirical color, or what's seen as empirical color, we're not going to get anywhere. We're going to be just as frustrated as we are right now. So at some point, we lay out all the tools people have at their disposal, but at some point we got to talk about it.
Facts. I mean, think about it. Even to call yourself being mad at white people, some of these people didn't get considered white into the 60s. Remember, some of these people that you consider white in 2020 were considered Negro. What was the Chinese considered before they had a category for Chinese? I'll wait. What were Irish and Germans considered before they had a category for them? Russians. What category were they in? 1790 census tells us there's 4 categories, correct? Free white males, free white women, all others free, slaves. So all these different people in the Americas at this time were forced into these 4 categories. Then 60 years later, you start separating people. But by 60 years, basically everybody confused now. They're going to be whatever you tell them they are, especially if they didn't keep in contact with their cultural practices. Yeah, so think about it. If everybody, except the so-called whites of the time, which we know was a small amount of people, were considered colored for 60 years, all these people were considered the same thing. That's why genealogy is very important again. I mean, if there's no more nothing else, no one from the panel wants to add in, we can leave it off from here. Salad time.
Just stay away from player haters and weirdos. I would love to do
That's
a
some
race.
good advice. Oh no, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for that. I mean, what's today? Thursday?
Ain't nobody calling in the challenge, nothing. They scared.
I just, questions, comments, concerns, and or corrections, please email us at attentionassembly@gmail.com or you can click the Zoom link or dial in. We're here. It ain't always greasy.
Okay, that was funny.
Because again, breaking down even what the Europeans try to classify of the 5 classifications of people, there were actually 4 classifications of people. And this gets back to the Maya. But I would love to talk about race from a Maya perspective, because even the Europeans, when they came over here, they said it was every shade from the lightest of light to the darkest of copper that were already here. Think about it. I yield the mic. I can't wait. No race baiting up in this camp. I gotta go. I mute myself. I mute myself, camp.
Wait, what color was that? Salvation?
It's on you, Gabrielle.
Okay, it's on me. Okay.
I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Salivations. Continue on your genealogical journey. Continue to do your genealogy. Know who you are so that no one can tell you who you are. Pass it along to your children, to your family, to your friends, to your neighbors. Pass that information along so they can know who they are, so that no one can tell them who they are. Anyone telling you not to do genealogy, anyone telling you that genealogy isn't important, who are they? Because you, not us, not you, us, not knowing who we are, that opens up the door for others to tell us who we are. So continue to do your genealogy. It is important. It is key. And again, anyone telling you that genealogy isn't important and that it isn't key, who do they come from? Who's their mamas and daddies? Who's their grandmas and granddaddies? Just saying, genealogy is key and genealogy is important. Know who you are so that no one can tell you who you are. Census Day was April 1st. Census has been extended out to October 31st. Still have time to do the census. It's the decennial census. Do the census, not just because it's required by law, but because, again, you're making yourself count so that you can count. One of many records that we pull in pulling, connecting and finding out who our ancestors are and, doing our genealogical family tree are census records. So we're using census records to pull our family. Who will be looking for you 150 years from now? Do the census. Make yourself count so that you can count. And that's just the decennial census. April 1st was Census Day, but January 1st of 2020, all the way to December of 2020, the ACS census was, is, and will be done every month of every year, period. What happened? No. Do the census. You've got the decennial census that takes all of maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Couple of questions. Do that census. That's selected, that's sent out to every household. That's an accounting of everyone. The ACS census, that is sent out to selected addresses. If your address is one of those addresses selected to do the ACS census, you are a representative for your neighborhood, for your community, for your city. Do the census. The census is attached to so many aspects of our everyday lives. From when we go to the grocery store, if we've got a grocery store that's put there, that was done and affected by the census. If we're going down to City Hall, that was done. The things that we implement there and do there, that was done. That was implemented by the census. If there's a fire and the fire department comes out, you got the fire trucks. Census. Elementary schools, middle schools, junior highs. I don't even know if they call them junior highs anymore, but junior highs, high schools.
Junior
high. That's the census. Now, again, understand that a lot of the questions and all the things that are on the ACS census, they used to be on the decennial 10-year census. They're no longer on that decennial 10-year census anymore. They're now on the ACS census. So it's one of those things that doing that census, answering a couple of questions, checking off a couple of boxes, that is one of many ways that our voice gets heard. That is one of many ways that we get our say-so, our voice out there to make a difference. Do the census, because if you don't do the census, somebody else is and will. If you don't participate, you don't, fill out the census, you don't do the check, you don't answer the question, somebody else will. If you're working for a company and you don't do the census, I guarantee you, that company you work for, they did the census. They counted you. You don't have to count yourself, but somebody else will count you. Somebody else will identify you. You don't identify yourself. You don't count yourself. Somebody else will. Do the census. Make yourself count so that you can count. The programs that we're utilizing, the funding that we're receiving from the programs we're utilizing. Census, ACS census, decennial census, and then you've got the 5-year agriculture census. 2022 is when the agriculture census comes up. Agriculture, agribusiness, everything begins from somewhere. Agriculture is tied again to so many aspects of our life, our everyday, the things that have become so simplified for us. Agriculture. So you've got the agriculture census. Just saying, do the census. Again, not just because it's required by law. Make yourself count so that you can count. Get actively involved. Go on your city and your county and your state's websites. Sign up for the notifications. Get active in the know on what's going on. If it affects you, if it doesn't affect you, how it affects you or how it doesn't affect you. If it affects your neighbor or your family or how it doesn't. There's nothing wrong with knowing. With that being said, peace to the panel, peace to the chat, peace to the silent majority. Shout out to you, Double Cousin, for your wise words. Appreciate you. Appreciate you on today. Nah, you did this one today. Oh, this is all you. To remember who you are, you will need to forget what society has tried to teach you to be. Culture matters. A nation's culture resides in the hearts and in the soul of its people. People are trapped in history, and history is trapped in them. And lastly, thank you, Double Cousin, appreciate you. Our nation was born in genocide. Our nation was born in genocide when it embraced the doctrine that the original American, the Indian, was an inferior race. Even before there were large numbers of Negroes on our shores, the scar of racial hatred had already disfigured colonial society. From the 16th century forward, blood flowed in battles of racial supremacy. We are perhaps the only nation which tried as a matter of national policy to wipe out its indigenous population. Moreover, we elevated that tragic experience into a noble crusade. Indeed, even today, we have not permitted ourselves to reject or feel remorse for this shameful episode. Our literature, our films, our drama, our folklore, all exalted. Peace to the panel, peace to the chat, peace to the silent majority.
All right.
That's what's up.
What you got for those, Salat?
Not much. Questions, comments, concerns, anything you want to hit us up for. I mean, you pick a category. Email us at autochthonousassembly@gmail.com. I'm going to put it in the chat. Zoom link, I'm going to put it in the chat. The dial-in number is on the screen right now. I'm also put it in the chat. Peace to the chat.
And it's always
on.
Because
it's always on
names. Some of the community was still on there chatting 3:30 in the a.m. this rising.
Mike Easton. Mike Easton. Don't go to DC.
I was like, dang. They still find us to talk about. I can't stay awake. I can't stay.
David Corey. David Corey was.
Oh no, it was all y'all. It was you. It was.
Oh no,
Mike
he went down. It was just me and Mike Easton left, and then Bones was hanging out.
Yeah, because I was coming out to finish the session. I'm like, dang, okay, what y'all doing?
Yeah, I couldn't even play tag. I couldn't even play tag. It said you time for you to talk. I couldn't do it. I was trying though.
Look, I was feeling it this rising. Definitely feeling it. I was like, man, I knew I had something to do. But no, yeah, appreciate everybody. Anybody that hits us up and anybody that's listening to us. Yeah, it's y'all the ones. It's not us. So hit us up if you need anything. That's what we're here for. As you can see, Bones will not answer the phone if you call his phone. We don't not answer the Zoom link when we hear the thumb. As long as we didn't get busy doing something, yeah, we usually have somebody, at least one person, there to peace. Whoever comes in the room. So unlimited. It's not just Saturdays. It's Saturday to Saturday. So 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Drop in, drop out. Don't matter. It's not blocked. You're not blocked. Nobody's blocked. Peace, y'all.
Alrighty. What you got for him, Brother Coffee NDO?
Well, I would say this has been an explosive, very informative session we've had today. And I greatly appreciate the ability to have this conversation with people who read for context and clarity and comprehension. Because we could have stopped at several points in this build and just ran with an idea and been completely off in our assessment of what was going on. But the more you read and the more you begin to put things together and start building timelines of events, more of the actual picture comes into focus. And I am profoundly grateful that we have the ability to do that and do that in a form that we can use to share experiences and build on top of these ideas, that we can verify some of the things we're talking about and seeing. I'm grateful for the chat that always stays engaged, that gives us ideas, sometimes ideas and information that we wouldn't even be privy to otherwise. I'm grateful for the silent majority who goes and checks all of this stuff out, verifies it for themselves, and takes this information with them as they move forward into doing work in their community. I'm grateful for all of you, and thank you very much. And whenever that build on race is ready, I'm ready to be a part of that. Because there's some explosive stuff that we need to reveal and that we need to discuss when the time comes. Thank you all. Have a great day.
All right, Brother James.
Let's say, yeah.
You still there, Brother James? What you got for him?
It's saying to build on race. Can't wait. All I can say is it always goes back. Look at the 4 types of corn. Look at the Maya flag or the pennants. They're already going to tell you who the 4 types of people were, but we were one. And some people are going to be sadly disappointed when they find out, because again, this was before any European studies and all of these eugenics and all the rest of this stuff. It's going to take you all the way back, and you have a better understanding on who we are as a people, and stop leaving people out of your genealogy because they don't look like you. Because you're going to find out you're going to have some white people that are not Europeans, but white people in your genealogy. Then what you going to do about it? What you going to do about it, Willis?
You're gonna Marty McFly yourself.
You're going to find out. Look at the 4 types of corn, the 4 colors of corn, same colors as the Maya flag for a reason. So we're going to go all the way back in the time. Shout out to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. Shout out to Special K, a nutritious part of this breakfast. Keep doing what you're doing, son. Yep.
Yes, sir.
See where we going with this? Do you see where we going with this? I'm off the mic. Y'all be good to each other. I'm out.
Oh, man. Yeah.
And thanks again, Gabrielle, Brother James, Brother Copper, Brother No Sellout, the active chat, and the silent majority. And again, my brothers and sisters said everything I can think of to say on this one particular topic. I mean, it's time. It's time for us to stop pointing the fingers, blaming others, and take responsibility of what we can control. Because my question has always been, why waste all your energy in something when you can't control the outcome? What has happened has already happened. We can learn from it so it doesn't happen again. But we must move forward. We must make the adjustments. We must heal ourselves and our family members to move forward. How many of us realize that 2021, they're removing Negro off the US Census, when that's one of the main connections between us and our ancestors? We have to step up the process. And it doesn't mean forcefully converting people to be Indians. No. It means those who know, we work harder. Those who know, we build. Those who know, we keep linking up and seeing what we can put on the table that can help the misidentified American Indians. We make sure that every program that the American Indian can use to rebuild his community, we are very well aware of it and how it works. We make sure that we understand civics front and back. So when we do have an issue, moving forward, we can go to the right department to make sure our issues get addressed. We can start building the infrastructures that we need for the protections that we need for our re-education, for the whole re-education of all of America on our culture. We just don't have to re-educate ourselves. We have to re-educate everyone that's around us. Because remember this, when you study history, they just not only lied to the American Indian. To pull this off, brothers and sisters, they lied to all of us. So on that note, let's continue to keep moving it forward. Let's continue to not let the rhetoric, false labels, pet names keep us going at each other's throat for no reason. The deciding factor should be right and wrong. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, then it's wrong. And the moment we start defending wrong, you should already know what the outcome gonna be. So until we link up to our next live stream, remember we love you and peace.
Peace, everybody.
Peace, everybody.
Oh, the United Way want to help with these community farms, y'all.
Oh, that's the throwback. That was the first one that what? The United Way.
I really thought you was gonna say that's the throat check, but
Yeah, remember I think about
little
like
throat chop.
That was the first. Yeah, that was one of the first ones.
When Brittany grabbed the information from the little thing that they had here, you know me.
Yep.
I'm gonna fill it out and send it back. What's the worst that's gonna happen? They're gonna say yes.
Mm-hmm.
They said yes.
Yeah, that's the worst, actually. Now we gotta work. What you don't like work? More working, more working, more working. I'm on mute.
And again, the call-in number, the Zoom number is always open to you, brothers and sisters. Again, you don't have to wait till 1 o'clock Saturday. Time you see credits going off, you got questions, comments, or you just want to come hang out in your safe spot, brothers and sisters. That's what it's created for. It was free from the moment it was created, and it will be free forever. This is for us, our institution, our representation, our reminder of what we can build and have when we come together.
Still on the air.
Merchandise is not available.
We still on the air.
Yep, about to close it out unless somebody got something
No,
to
go
say.
ahead. Shout out to those that are now using Zoom and Twitch. Yeah, although we was first. Yeah, we was first.
I mean, we started on Zoom and Twitch.
Is this thing on?
Huh? Yeah. All right. I gotta put a plug on
meetings in Zoom now. Although this is an open forum, but shout out to those using secret meetings for Zoom. Okay, I'm out.
You go. You said go live. Go live to talk about a secret meeting. And
Mute
then
me.
re-air.
Somebody, brother, who's the control here? Somebody mute myself. Mute me.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna work for them. Because that 1.6 didn't migrate over to Twitch. It looked like 30. Oops. I didn't mean to say that. Yes, I did.
Yeah, you did.
I just about to say that. Yes, you did.
I'm trying to figure out why it don't translate, though. I mean, I don't just follow one person on YouTube. I probably get them on all their platforms. I mean, Will Smith don't hide his numbers. I'm just saying. You compete with, you gotta have
matchmaker, make me a match.
Y'all know them folks. I know them folks got them poltergeist subscribers. Now you see them
here. Where'd it go?
poof, and like that, y'all, we gone. Let me get out of here before we.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Pamela Hall.
Just in time to get on air. What you want to say on air, our sister Pamela Hall? Before we get off air, what you want to say? Flow yours.
She must be
Man,
good at
I am so proud of you guys. I cannot say this enough. I did the happy dance. I honestly did the happy dance. Y'all want to see my happy dance?
Hey, you've been riding with us from day one.
You've been dancing since day one too, so you might as well.
Yeah, from day one, y'all supported what we were building and roll with us. Like I told, and I'm gonna mention it again before we get off, because a lot of people don't understand. A2 is designed for you. Our sisters Pamela Hall, David Corey, everyone who's calling in, they can let you know right now, this is yours. So use it to help your situation.
Yep.
It's designed for you, to help you help yourself.
Yes.
Don't be alarmed if you have to, or if you see host next to your name and you have to end the call at 2 a.m. It's on
Man,
you, baby.
you got to
You might be new, baby.
You got to use it.
But don't use it.
Oh, good.
Right.
Put in the chat. Yeah, y'all can call in anytime you feel like it. Listen, straight up, yesterday it was 3:30 in the a.m. People were still talking on the line. Okay, there's been nights Saturday meetings rolled on to 2:30 in the a.m.
Yeah, because I think I got off like maybe 1:45.
You know what? It's crazy because I thought I was proud of myself on Saturday because I stayed on the line. I think me and P. Parker shut it down on Sunday at like 2 o'clock. I was so proud of myself because I was like, man, I did it. I was able to hang on. Yes. And then Monday came. I was like, hold on. It's 12:30. I'm trying. I'm trying.
2 days in a row.
Tuesday came. Wednesday, I said, hold on. I'm trying. I even put the headphones in.
I don't know how y'all do it. We all got off late. How is the show running right now?
Right. It's our doppelganger.
Yeah, right.
Hey there, you wide awake, man?
Hold on, let me go on mute. Still live.
We're going to continue the conversation in the background. So anyone who's listening right now, want to come join your brothers and sisters and find out all the good things that we got going on, hit the number, join the Zoom call. It don't cost you nothing but some time. You'll come here probably new today. You'll leave with a bunch of brothers and sisters and a hurt stomach from laughing. I promise you.
Absolutely.
Y'all know where we at. It's always open. 7 days a week, 365, built for the American Indian, which is you. And we going behind the scenes. See you there. Gotta love them.
Warning, warning, warning. Hard hats, pickaxe, shovels, boots required.